Hey guys. Tonight, we're stepping into a world of mystery, opulence, and power behind the thick velvet curtains of the Ottoman Harem. You walk softly through the high stone archways, the cool marble underfoot guiding your path. The air is heavy with the scent of jasmine and rosewater, mingling with a trace of incense that drifts lazily through the corridors. The harem is a place of secrets, whispered conversations, and a life that seems to both belong to the world and yet exist entirely apart from it. It's luxurious, yet confined, beautiful, yet suffocating. Here, women of extraordinary beauty, intellect, and power live, but they are never truly free. The sounds of silk robes brushing against the cool floors are the loudest things in the air as you walk deeper into the harem, past ornate columns and large, tiled fountains where water glistens in the dim light. A slave girl hurries past you, her head down, her long hair glinting like dark silk as she disappears into one of the many rooms. The harem is vast, with dozens of rooms leading into each other, winding like a labyrinth, each turn hiding more stories than you could imagine. The sound of whispered conversations fills the air, some soft, others more urgent concerns about daily life, jealousy, power. Each woman's future is dictated by one man, the Sultan. But it's not just about beauty or being chosen. It's about political power, influence, and sometimes survival. You're here now. There's no going back. You follow the soft footsteps of other women ahead, caught between the noise and silence of your world. A world filled with women who must master the art of being seen without ever truly speaking. The gates to this world are heavy, made of wood and iron. They close every night, just as they did in centuries past. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You stand in the entranceway now, breathing in the warm air of the harem. You're waiting to be called, for your name to be whispered, for the Sultan's gaze to fall upon you. But here, the most important thing to remember is this: time moves differently in the harem. Days blend together, hours slow, but the most precious thing, attention, is unpredictable. Fleeting, it could be yours one moment, only to be stolen away the next by a more cunning or beautiful woman. You follow the soft glow of lanterns, your footsteps muffled by the thick carpet beneath. To your left, there are whispers concubines in one of the smaller rooms, gossiping quietly. The air smells faintly of perfume, a subtle blend of musk and rosewater. The scent is overwhelming at first, but you learn to embrace it, to wear it like armor. The harem is not simply a space, it is a world. One with its own rhythm, its own rules. There are no simple paths here. There are only corridors leading to rooms of silks, gold, and velvet, where time doesn't seem to matter. The lives of those who live in these rooms, concubines, slave girls, wives, and the Sultan's mother, are bound by a web of privilege, intrigue, and constant observation. As you walk, the sound of soft laughter echoes ahead. It's a familiar sound, women laughing, sharing stories, perhaps gossiping about a new arrival or the Sultan's most recent visit. Laughter in the harem is a luxury, one that you'll come to savor. In these walls, not everyone is free to laugh, to speak openly, but when the Sultan isn't present, there is some semblance of peace. The competition, however, never truly stops. As you move deeper into the heart of the harem, your senses awaken to the surroundings. You notice the shimmering tapestries on the walls, each one depicting scenes of great battles, glorious victories, and, occasionally, scenes of love, sometimes passionate, other times quiet and intimate. The colors blend into each other: rich crimsons, golds, and emeralds, the luxuriousness, a stark contrast to the political games played behind closed doors. Historians still argue whether the harem was a place of complete captivity for women, or if it served as a political strategy controlling the royal bloodline, ensuring alliances through marriage, and, in some ways, preventing the Sultan's rivals from gaining power. But one thing is certain: it was both a prison and a playground. You are a woman, trapped between worlds. You stop before a heavy door. It's wood carved with intricate designs, a symbol of wealth and secrecy. Behind it, the women who have already been chosen for the Sultan's favor wait. You can hear their voices, soft murmurs, like a hive of bees. They talk of their lives, their hopes, their desires, but most of it is shadowed by the uncertainty that comes with being in the Sultan's harem. You'll learn quickly that even the most beautiful women, the most powerful in the Sultan's eyes, have no guarantees. The Sultan may favor one woman for a year, and then another for the next. You've seen it all. From the peasant girl, who became a favorite, to the high-born noblewoman who lost her place. The Sultan's whims are as unpredictable as the seasons, and you'll have to learn to survive on that alone. You reach the entrance to your room. The heavy door opens silently, the cool air of the harem flowing around you. You enter, finding a familiar space as small but ornate, filled with the scent of roses and fresh fruit. A low bed draped with silk pillows sits in one corner. A low table, with soft candles flickering next to it. You sit, breathing deeply, trying to quiet your mind. In this place, there is little time for anything but beauty and politics. The rest is just noise. And tonight, the Sultan may call you, or he may not. You wait. You sit in your room, the soft glow of candlelight flickering on the walls, casting delicate shadows that dance across the silk tapestries hanging from the ceiling. The silence is almost deafening, the kind of quiet that's felt more than heard. You hear the occasional distant sound, the flutter of a servant's robe, the clink of jewelry as someone passes by. But other than that, the harem seems to exist in a timeless bubble. A world within a world, outside your room. You can sense the pulse of the harem. The daily rituals have begun. Each woman preparing in her own way for the unpredictable nature of the Sultan's attention. A soft sigh escapes your lips. The Sultan, the ruler of the empire, the heartbeat of this space. His attention is both a privilege and a trap. In his eyes, you are not just a woman, no. In his world, you are a possession, a pawn, a tool in a game that stretches beyond the confines of the harem. You step up to the small mirror in your room. running your fingers lightly across your face. This is one of the few moments when you're allowed to think of yourself, not as part of a system, not as a member of a larger political web, but as an individual. You don't do this often. After all, vanity in the harem is dangerous. The art of looking beautiful is not just for your own satisfaction. It's a currency, a tool for gaining favor. And perhaps a fleeting taste of power. You've learned how to smile in just the right way, how to stand with grace, how to engage with the sultan in a way that suggests submission while never fully surrendering. Historians still argue whether the harem concubines were mere objects of desire or if they played a subtle game of power in their own right. You know the truth lies somewhere in between. Your fingers hover over your perfume bottles, an array of scents that each tell their own story. This scent, Yasmine, is soft and inviting, a smell of pure elegance. That one, Rose, sharp and bold, almost a command in its intensity. But tonight, you choose the lavender. It's soothing, calm, and unassuming. Maybe, you think, if you wear it, you might avoid the tension that often accompanies the sultan's presence. If you appear calm enough, maybe you'll even make it through without drawing his eye. The soft hum of the harem's daily life filters into your room. The eunuchs are talking somewhere in the hall, those quiet, vigilant men who serve not just as guardians of the harem, but as spies, too. Their eyes are always watching, never letting anything go unnoticed. You've learned not to trust them, but you've also learned that you can never escape them. A sharp knock at the door interrupts your thoughts, pulling you back to reality. You stand quickly, smoothing your dress, adjusting your hair before calling out, "Enter." The door creaks open, and a servant steps inside, carrying a tray laden with sweet fruit, fresh from the sultan's private garden. The fruits are exotic grapes from Persia, figs from the fertile valleys, and pomegranates from the trees that line the garden outside. A luxury. Yes, but also an offering. It's an offering of nothing. Really a way for the sultan to remind you that while you are in his domain, you are not free to eat or drink on your own terms. Everything you do, everything you take, belongs to him. The servant places the tray on your small table and leaves without a word. You are left alone with the food, the rich aromas filling the air. You reach for a fig, and as you bite into it, the sweetness explodes in your mouth. You savor the moment, letting the juice drip down your chin. This small act of indulgence is a rebellion. In its way, a moment when you choose what you consume, rather than having it dictated by someone else. And yet, in the end, even this small rebellion will be controlled by the sultan's presence. You pose, contemplating the strange dichotomy of your existence. You live in a world of luxury and beauty, yet you are constantly reminded of your place. The sultan's whims are fickle, and no matter how beautiful or clever you are always at risk of being cast aside, replaced by someone younger, someone more beautiful, someone more useful. The weight of this reality hangs heavy in the air as you finish your fruit, your mind still reeling from the complexity of it all. But there's nothing to do now but wait. Wait for the sound of the sultan's footsteps down the corridor. Wait for his command. Wait to be called into his presence, to perform your duty, whatever it may be. And yet, as you wait, you feel a small thrill course through your veins. For this quiet space before the chaos, is where power is truly held. Power doesn't always come from grand gestures or public displays. Sometimes, it's about who can wait the longest, who can endure the silence without cracking. You've seen it happen before: the women who crumble under pressure, who rush to please, who beg for attention. You know better. You've learned the art of waiting, of playing the long game. You sit back, taking a deep breath, feeling the weight of your position settle in your chest. You may not have control over your future here in the harem, but for now, you have control over this moment. And that, in a way, is the closest thing to freedom you'll get. As you sit in your room, the heavy scent of lavender mixing with the faint smell of incense in the air. You hear the familiar shuffle of feet in the hallway. You stand, smoothing your dress once more, preparing to step into the game once again. The Sultan's presence is coming closer. The moment of truth, as always, is just around the corner. The anticipation lingers in the air like a fine mist. You stand there, poised in front of your mirror, trying to calm the flutter in your chest. You've been in the harem long enough now to know that timing is everything. You hear the soft click of sandals against the cool marble floors outside your door, and your breath catches. It's the eunuchs, 2 of them, this time tall and ever watchful. They're here for you. You've been summoned. There's a certain hum in the room as they approach, a silent acknowledgement that what you're about to do isn't just about your beauty. It's a performance, an offering to the Sultana dance of power, influence, and perhaps, in the right moments, a bit of freedom. But that freedom is fleeting, like the jasmine perfume you wear so carefully. One misstep, and it vanishes. But you've learned to play this game. You've learned how to make your moves slow, deliberate. The door opens softly. The eunuchs don't speak. They don't need to. One of them simply gestures with his hand, and you rise from your place, smoothing your silk gown one last time. You feel the weight of the fabric, the fine silk against your skin. It's one of the few luxuries you're allowed to enjoy fully: the comfort of fine clothing, though it still doesn't erase the chains that bind you in other ways. You follow them down the long corridor, the clinking of your sandals, a soft rhythm in the otherwise quiet space. The harem is vast, and in the distance, you can hear the faint sound of other women laughing or talking softly. But as you move deeper into the heart of the palace, all those sounds fade, replaced by the more solemn tones of expectation and waiting. The walls of the harem are filled with thick, ornate tapestries that tell stories of battles long fought, of victories won and lost. You pass one that shows a sultan sitting on his throne, surrounded by his concubines, his gaze distant, almost cold. It's a reminder of what waits ahead, what you will become if you play this game too long. But for now, you look away from the tapestry. You keep your gaze forward, focused on the eunuchs' backs as they guide you deeper into the sultan's domain. Finally, you reach the large door to the sultan's private chambers. It's adorned with gold and inlaid with intricate designs, the work of artisans whose skill is unmatched. The door opens with a soft creak, and the eunuchs step aside, signaling for you to enter. The Sultan is waiting inside. As always, seated on his grand throne. The room is vast, yet somehow intimate in its opulence. The walls are lined with golden candlesticks, the light from the flickering flames casting warm, amber shadows over the plush cushions that dot the floor. The scent of burning incense fills the air, and the soft hum of a distant lute echoes from somewhere deeper in the palace. You step inside, the cool air of the corridor now replaced by the warm embrace of the Sultan's private space. The grandeur of the room contrasts sharply with the stillness of the moment. There's no fanfare, no dramatic gestures, just the weight of his presence and the quiet expectation that you will perform your role. As you approach, you lower your head slightly, the way you've been taught. It's a gesture of respect, of submission, but it's also a way to maintain some semblance of control in a place where control is often stolen from you. The Sultan doesn't speak immediately. He simply watches you, his dark eyes taking in every detail. His gaze isn't kind. It's calculating, searching for something, perhaps approval, perhaps something more. Historians still argue whether the Sultan's power over the harem was absolute or if the concubines held some measure of influence. Some say the Sultan's choices were driven purely by his whims, while others suggest that the women of the harem, those who were favored, exerted a subtle, yet undeniable, influence over the politics of the empire. You've seen the power of a smile, the weight of a well-timed laugh, and you've learned that influence can be wielded quietly, behind closed doors, just like the Sultan's favor. The Sultan finally gestures for you to approach him. You do so with slow, deliberate steps, your heart beating louder with each movement. When you finally kneel before him, you can feel the coldness of the stone floor beneath your knees, a stark contrast to the warmth of his gaze. His voice, when it comes, is low and rich, a sound that resonates deep within your chest. "Do you know why I've called you tonight?" he asks. His tone neither angry nor affectionate, just flat, like a ruler speaking to one of his possessions. But even so, there's something in his voice that makes your heart race. He's looking for something in you, something that might catch his interest, something that might move you from a mere concubine to something more. You meet his gaze, keeping your expression composed, masking the flurry of emotions swirling inside you. "No, Your Majesty," you reply softly, your voice steady. "I do not." He watches you for a moment longer, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before he speaks again, "I have heard much about you, and yet I know nothing about what lies beneath that calm exterior." There's a pause, a beat, where you can feel his words settling into the space between you. "You will show me. Tonight." The command is clear. There's no turning back now. Historians still argue about the nature of these interactions. In the harem, whether the Sultan's authority was ever truly questioned, or whether the concubines were mere tools in his hands. But the truth, as you know, is more complicated. There are games to be played, strategies to be learned, and survival is often the greatest victory. You must show him what he asks of you, but you will do it on your terms. Even if those terms are subtle, unspoken, and hidden beneath layers of silks and veils. You take a slow breath, readying yourself for whatever comes next. The night is young, and you know that in the Sultan's harem, anything can happen. The silence in the room deepens as you await the Sultan's next words. Every second, stretching on endlessly, the air around you is thick with tension. And yet there's a strange calm that settles over your thoughts. You've prepared for this moment, sort of. Every day in the harem is a lesson in waiting, in reading the room, in sensing just the right moment to speak, to move, to act. Your life, your future, hinges on how well you can navigate these delicate currents. Tonight, you're expected to perform, to capture his attention in a way that pleases him without ever truly letting go of yourself. The Sultan's eyes are on you, intense, searching. You keep your gaze steady, refusing to shrink under his scrutiny. He may be the most powerful man in the world, but you're still here, still standing, still in control of how much you reveal. His voice breaks the stillness again, soft but commanding. Tell me, why do you think you are here? His words are simple, yet they carry the weight of expectation. You've heard this question before. It's not an unusual one. Many women in the harem have been asked this. Some, no doubt, have given answers full of beauty and grace, pretending they know why the Sultan seeks them out, while others, perhaps, have answered with silence. Knowing it's the safer choice, you take a breath, careful to keep your composure, and speak in a voice that is steady yet humble. I am here, your Majesty, because I was chosen. It's a truthful answer if not the entire truth. You were chosen, yes, but not just for your beauty. It's much more than that. It's the right mix of charm, intellect, and wit, all tempered with a knowledge of when to speak and when to remain silent. The Sultan tilts his head slightly, the smallest of gestures, but it tells you that he is intrigued, perhaps even impressed by your response. But there's still something he wants from you, still something he wants to test. His next words are slow and deliberate. Do you know how to make yourself valuable to me? The question catches you off guard, not because you don't know the answer, but because the way he asks it feels different this time. There's no condescension, no cruelty, in his tone just curiosity, as if he's genuinely interested in your response. You pause for a moment, carefully considering how best to reply. There's an art to answering questions in the harem, a fine line between being too eager and too reserved. You can't afford to seem too desperate, but you also can't come off as indifferent. The art of charm is in the balance. And you've learned it well. I make myself valuable by knowing how to please you. Your Majesty, you say, your voice softer now, laced with a hint of seduction. It's a subtle thing, this power hidden in the way you speak, in how you carry yourself, in the gestures you make when you're near him. But this time, there's something in the air between you, something that feels less like a performance and more like a genuine exchange. You can sense it, just faintly. The Sultan leans back in his throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as he regards you. His gaze lingers, and for a fleeting moment, you wonder what's going through his mind. His power is absolute, his desires unpredictable, but he's not an impenetrable wall. His interest in you is palpable, though it is also accompanied by the coldness of calculation. "Do you understand what it means to please me?" he asks again, his voice dropping lower this time, carrying a hint of something deeper, something that doesn't quite fit the role of the sultan you've been taught about. "It is not just your beauty I desire, but something more, something unique." This time, you feel a chill run through your body. There's an edge to his words, a suggestion that his needs extend beyond what you've known to be true in the harem. You've heard rumors, whispers among the older concubines, about the sultan's true desires. Some say he craves more than just a physical connection. Others believe he seeks something far more elusive: intellect, companionship, someone who can challenge him. Not just please him, but you don't show hesitation. You know better than that. You've learned to mask your thoughts, to remain unreadable. "I understand. Your Majesty," you say, your tone composed. "I am here to serve you in whatever way pleases you most." For a moment, the room feels still, too still. You hold your breath, wondering if you've said too much, if you've given away something you didn't intend to. But the sultan simply watches you, his eyes never leaving yours. He seems to be weighing your words carefully, perhaps considering something more than what he's let on. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he stands from his throne, the sound of his feet moving across the marble floor commanding attention. There's no rush in his movements, no hurry. It's like he's taking his time, savoring the moment, letting the tension build. As he steps closer, you feel a shift in the aura, charged stillness that makes your pulse quicken. This is it. The moment you've been preparing for, waiting for. The sultan has tested you, and now, in his presence, you must prove that you are worthy of the power he offers. If only for the briefest of moments, his hand reaches out, not for you directly, but to gently tilt your chin upward. You meet his gaze, and for a split second, the world outside the harem ceases to exist. There's only you, only him, the breath you both share, and the unspoken agreement between you. You belong to him in this momentous attention, his focus, his desire. But it is a fleeting thing. The sultan's desires are never permanent. Even when you are in his favor, you are still just a piece on a larger board, a player in a game much bigger than yourself. You stand there, feeling the weight of his gaze upon you, and for a moment, it's as if time itself stops. In this place, under this roof, the sultan's eyes hold all the power. You are here to entertain, to satisfy, to perform, but somewhere beneath the surface, you feel the stirrings of something more. Perhaps it's ambition. Perhaps it's survival. You're not sure. And yet, for now, in this moment, you are exactly where you need to be. The sultan's fingers leave your chin with the faintest of touches, but the sensation lingers. Like a faint trace of heat, you stand there, frozen for a moment, aware of your heartbeat quickening. The room feels warmer now, the golden light of the candles reflecting off the polished marble, casting long shadows that seem to stretch and grow with every passing second. The sultan steps back, his presence commanding the room once again. His movements are deliberate, his gaze never leaving you. For a moment, you think he might speak, but instead, he turns slightly, as if lost in thought. The silence stretches between you both, thick and heavy with unspoken tension. You know, of course, that he holds all the power here, the power of life and death, of favor and ruin, but there is something in the way he watches you, something that suggests he's not just a ruler, but a man searching for something deeper. You wonder, just for a fleeting moment, if you're more than just a concubine to him, if there is more at play in this interaction. But such thoughts are fleeting. You quickly shove them aside. As you've been taught, in the harem, thoughts like these can be dangerous, even life-threatening. Here, in this sacred space of power, beauty, and submission, the rules are clear. You must keep your emotions in check. Show only what is necessary. And always, always, remember that you are playing a game far larger than yourself. He turns back to you, and in his eyes is something unreadable. Then, with a single, swift motion, he sits down once again on his throne, as if nothing had changed, as if he hadn't just tested you with a single glance, a single touch. The game continues, but the rules shift just slightly. He is watching. He is listening. And in this moment, you realize just how much he observes, how every movement, every word, every expression you make is a part of the performance he expects from you. "Come," he says, his voice low but still commanding. And with that one word, your heart leaps into your throat. It's not just an invitation, but a summons. You take a slow, steady breath, and with all the grace you can muster, you move toward him, your feet light, your body poised. The distance between you shrinks, and with each step, you can feel the gravity of the Sultan's presence, his eyes following your every movement. As you reach him, you hesitate for just a moment. The air is heavy with expectation. But there is no choice now. You have been called. You belong to him for this moment. And in a way, you've always belonged to him. You kneel before him, feeling the soft silk of your gown brush against the cool marble. The space between you and the Sultan is palpable, the air charged with history, politics, and desire. It's a game you've played countless times before, and yet, each time feels as if it's new. The Sultan watches you intently, and for a moment, you wonder if he's trying to decipher something in your expression, something that hasn't yet been revealed. You've learned how to hide your thoughts, how to mask your feelings, but still, there's the smallest flicker in his eyes, as if he's seeking a glimpse of what's truly inside you. "Tell me," he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, it fills the space between you like a command. "What do you desire?" The question catches you off guard. It's not an unusual question, but the way he asks it is different. It's personal, vulnerable. Even, you pose, considering the words carefully. It's not often you're given the opportunity to voice your desires in the harem. After all, you are here to fulfill the Sultan's desires, not your own. But this moment feels different, like a slight crack in the armor. For a moment, You almost forget that you are speaking to the most powerful man in the empire. You almost forget that your answer could change everything. I desire to be more than just a fleeting memory in your court. You answer slowly, your voice soft but steady, allowing the words to hang in the air between you. It's not a grand answer, but it's honest. You've always known that a concubine's life in the harem is dictated by whims and fancy. There's no guarantee that your beauty, your charm, or your skills will secure you a lasting place in the sultan's life. But the desire to be remembered, to be valued beyond just your appearance, is a quiet hope you've held close. The sultan's eyes narrow slightly, as though he's processing your words, weighing them carefully. Then, without a word, he gestures for you to rise. His eyes remain on you, unreadable, as you stand, your heart thumping in your chest. The silence between you feels like an eternity. And you wait, barely daring to breathe. You've revealed something of yourself, something that may or may not be seen as a weakness. You are different, the Sultan finally says, his voice calm but sharp, as if he's chosen to keep a piece of the puzzle hidden from you for now. I will remember you. The words settle on you like a blessing and a curse all at once. It remembers you. But for how long? You've seen concubines fall out of favor as quickly as they rise. His gaze flickers for a brief moment, and you can sense that he is done with this moment for now. The game continues. The Sultan stands and moves to the side, dismissing you with a slight gesture of his hand. You bow low, your heart still racing, your mind still spinning from the weight of the exchange. You turn, your movements controlled. As you make your way back to your place in the harem, the distance between you and the Sultan feels vast now, and yet the echo of his gaze lingers behind you, a reminder that no matter how far away he seems, he is always watching, always observing. You know this. In the harem, time is both slow and swift, and your place here is never guaranteed. Tonight, you were favored. Tomorrow, who knows? But for now, you have survived another encounter. Another night where you held his attention, even for the briefest of moments. And in this place, that's all you can ask for. The door to your room closes softly behind you, and you exhale, allowing yourself a brief moment of rest. But the game is never over. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, its own tests, and you will be ready for them. The quiet of your room feels like a blessing after the charged atmosphere of the Sultan's chambers. You exhale slowly, your fingers still tingling from the brief interaction. The Sultan's gaze lingering in the back of your mind. In this harem, every glance, every word, every movement carries weight. The delicate dance of power, beauty, and influence is constant. And tonight, you've navigated it barely. For now, you are safe. But tomorrow, as always, the game begins anew. You walk over to the small, intricately carved wooden table in the corner of your room, picking up the delicate porcelain cup of tea that was left for you earlier. The warmth of the tea soothes your nerves, and you take a slow sip, letting the faint sweetness of the honey mingle with the sharp bitterness of the leaves. The taste is comforting in its simplicity, something small, something just for you. in a world where so little is ever just for you. The silence in the room is almost deafening, broken only by the faint rustle of your silk gown as you move to sit on the low cushion by the window. From here, you can see the outline of the Sultan's palace in the distance, the sprawling complex, lit by the dim glow of lanterns. The palace, with its sharp towers and intricate domes, seems so distant, from your little room almost unreachable. But you know it isn't. Every part of this palace is connected. Each chamber, each corridor, each moment tied together by the Sultan's whims. You think of the other women and the haremthi women who surround you every day, each one vying for attention, each one struggling to navigate the same complex system of power. Some of them are beautiful. Some are clever. Some are quiet. And some are bold. You've seen it all: the rivalries, the friendships, the betrayals. The harem is a microcosm of the empire itself, and its politics are as complicated as any outside these walls. The women here are not just possessions, they are pawns, allies, and enemies all at once. You've learned to watch carefully, to listen more than you speak, and to move with subtlety. You remember a conversation you overheard earlier in the day. Two women, speaking softly behind a veil, discussing their hopes for the future. One woman, a recent arrival, spoke of longing to be the Sultan's most beloved, to become his chosen, to leave the harem and live a life of power at his side. The other woman, an older concubine, listened and then quietly replied, "You will learn that the Sultan's favor is a fleeting thing. One moment, you are in his gaze. The next, you are a shadow in his memory." The words linger in your mind now, their weight sinking deeper with every passing moment. The Sultan's attention is as unpredictable as the wind, and no matter how much you may yearn for it, you cannot control it. You are at its mercy, just like everyone else in this palace. But still, you have your moments of power, your moments of control. And, for now, those moments are enough. Tonight, you were seen. You were remembered. That is a small victory in a place where victories are hard to come by. The moonlight spills through the window, casting a silvery glow on the marble floor. You rise and walk over to the small balcony that overlooks the gardens. The air is cool, a welcome contrast to the heat that fills the harem's walls during the day. You look out over the sprawling garden below, its paths winding through thick hedges and fragrant flowers. It is a paradise of sorts, built to reflect the luxury of the Sultan's empire. And yet it too feels contained. A garden within a prison. You wonder, not for the first time, whether there will ever be a day when you can walk freely through the world outside these walls, when you can leave this life behind and live for yourself. But you know better. The outside world is a distant dream, one that belongs to someone else. For you, there is only this palace, this harem, this delicate balance of survival. Freedom is not for those like you. Your place in this world is written in the shadows of the Sultan's favor, and you have learned to live with that truth. A soft knock on the door breaks your reverie, and you turn quickly, smoothing your gown once more. A servant enters, holding a small tray with fresh fruit and a delicate note sealed with the Sultan's crest. You take the note, the seal warm from his touch. You break it open, unfolding the delicate parchment with careful fingers. The words are simple. I will see you again soon. Be ready. You stare at the paper for a moment, the words echoing in your mind. He will see you again. The Sultan's desires are not easily predicted. But tonight, at least, he has chosen you, and that means something. It means that for the moment, you have value. You are more than just a piece of his harem. You are a part of his world. Even if only for a fleeting time, you place the note on the table, your mind racing with thoughts of what comes next. The Sultan is unpredictable. And you know he might ask anything of you when he summons you again. But for now, you have the night to yourself. You take another sip of your tea, letting the warmth spread through you, calming your thoughts. Tomorrow will come with its own challenges, its own uncertainties. But tonight, you are safe. You are remembered. The quiet settles back around you, and you return to the window, looking out at the gardens once more. The stars above twinkle softly, the night calm and still. For now, you are in control. For now, you are more than just a shadow in the Sultan's world. And for now, that is enough. The morning arrives in a flurry of soft sounds, the rustle of silk, the delicate tap of sandals against the cool marble floors, the faint hum of voices drifting through the corridors of the harem. You awake to the scent of roses and the subtle, almost imperceptible sound of the eunuchs as they pass by your room, their eyes ever watchful, their silence a constant reminder of the power they hold over the lives inside these walls. The early morning sun pours through your window, casting long, golden beams across the floor. The quiet beauty of the harem, with its lush gardens, high arches, and intricate tapestries, is often broken by the undercurrent of anxiety that lingers in the air. Today, you can feel it more than ever. The Sultan's presence, even when he is not physically with you, hovers in every corner. His expectations, his whims, his moods, all of them seem to fill the very air you breathe, and you can't escape them. You sit up slowly, stretching your arms above your head. The coolness of the morning air feels like a temporary escape from the weight of the harem. From the gilded cage you have found yourself in, you look out at the sprawling palace gardens below, the fountain trickling in the distance, the bright colors of flowers blooming against the sharp greens of the hedges. The garden is a place of beauty, but also a reminder of your place within the Sultan's world. A woman in the harem can enjoy these sights, but she can never truly be part of the world outside. The day ahead looms large, and you can already feel the buzz of activity that fills the harem each morning. The other concubines, some still lingering in their rooms, others already preparing for the Sultan's arrival, will each have their own plans, their own strategies. You've learned to move through this world with care, watching your steps, feeling the subtle shifts in the power dynamics that shape everything in the harem. A soft knock at the door interrupts your thoughts, and you rise quickly, smoothing your gown and mentally preparing for whatever the day holds. A servant enters with a tray of fresh fruit, honeyed pastries, and a cup of warm tea. The servant sets it down on the low table in the center of your room, offering you a respectful bow before retreating quietly. You take your seat at the table, the scent of the food momentarily distracting you from the weight of your thoughts. As you begin to eat, your mind returns to the Sultan's note from last night, the reminder that he will see you again soon. It's a simple message, but one filled with possibilities. What will he want from you this time? The uncertainty is a constant companion. In the harem, nothing is ever truly secure. No matter how much attention you receive, the Sultan's favor is fickle, and his whims can change in an instant. Yesterday, you were remembered. Today, you may be forgotten. Still, the thought of being chosen again, even for a brief moment, carries a strange thrill. You know the stakes, the political games that play out behind closed doors, the subtle movements that shape the harem's power structure. But for now, you push those thoughts aside. Today is about surviving, about finding your place, however small it may be. In this intricate dance, you finish your meal in silence, your thoughts wandering. The eunuchs pass by again, their footsteps always measured, always controlled. Their eyes are sharp, but there's something in the way they watch you that feels like an unspoken challenge. They are the keepers of this space, the enforcers of the Sultan's will, and you must always be aware of their presence. But you've learned not to fear them, not in the same way you once did. Over time, you've come to understand that the eunuchs, like everyone else in the harem, are just playing their own part in this grand game. They, too, are bound by the rules of the palace. You rise from the table, smoothing your gown one last time before moving toward the door. The air outside your room is cool, and the sounds of the harem fill your soft laughter. Murmurs of conversation, the gentle hum of daily life. The other concubines are already beginning their preparations for the day. Some moving with purpose, others lingering in the shadows, waiting for their moment. Each woman is aware of the delicate balance of power that exists here. Every word, every glance is calculated. You move through the halls, passing by other rooms where women are already at work braiding their hair, applying their perfumes, adjusting their clothing. They, too, are preparing for the Sultan's attention, or perhaps for something else entirely. You share a nod with a few of the older women, who have seen more of the Sultan's favors come and go. They are the quiet power within the harem, the ones who have mastered the game. As you make your way toward the harem's central courtyard, you hear the laughter of younger concubines, those who still hold on to the hope of being chosen, who still believe that their beauty, their charm, will secure them a place at the Sultan's side. You can't help but feel a small pang of sympathy for them, though you quickly push it aside. In the harem, there's no room for such emotions. Sympathy is weakness, and weakness doesn't survive here. You pause in the doorway of the courtyard, taking a moment to observe the scene before you. The garden is lush, vibrant, a stark contrast to the sometimes suffocating beauty of the palace itself. Flowers of every color bloom in profusion, their petals soft and delicate. The scent of jasmine fills the air, mingling with the faint aroma of the freshly watered plants. The courtyard is a place of both peace and tension, peace, because it's one of the few places in the harem where you can feel a sense of calm, and tension, because it is still part of the Sultan's domain, subject to his rule and his whims, you take a deep breath, stepping into the sunlight. Today is another day, and in the harem, each day is a step toward something. Even if that something is impossible to grasp, the day stretches out before you, its hours unfolding slowly, like the petals of a flower blooming in the warm afternoon sun. You walk through the harem's central courtyard, the soft breeze brushing against your face, the rustling leaves above you creating a soft, calming rhythm. The atmosphere here is unlike the heavy, oppressive silence of the Sultan's chambers. The courtyard feels freer, the air lighter, and for a brief moment, you almost forget the weight of the walls that surround you. The other concubines are scattered across the courtyard, some lounging on cushions, others engaged in quiet conversation. A few practice the soft melodies of the oud, their fingers moving gracefully over the strings, the music flowing like water through the garden. The sounds of the harem are a strange mix, soft laughter, whispered words, the occasional footfall of a eunuch patrolling the grounds. But for now, you're allowed a brief respite from the tension, a moment where you can simply breathe without feeling like you're being watched at every turn. You settle onto a cushion beneath one of the trees, watching the sun's rays filter through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air smells of jasmine and fresh herbs, the scent mingling with the earthy undertones of the garden. It's peaceful here, almost serene, a fleeting reminder of a life outside these walls of life, where you might be free to simply exist without the constant pressure of competing for the Sultan's favor. But such thoughts are dangerous. You've learned that in the harem, peace is never permanent. Even in moments like this, you are still a player in the game, still bound to the rules that govern your existence. You know that at any moment, the Sultan could call upon you, or a rival could outmaneuver you for a place in his favor. The competition is fierce, but it's also silent, like the rustling of the leaves in the wind, always there, always moving, but rarely acknowledged directly. A soft voice interrupts your thoughts, and you glance up to see one of the older concubines approaching. She's not a woman you've spoken to much, but her reputation precedes Hirsch's, known for her calm demeanor, hair, supple intelligence, and her ability to hold the Sultan's attention without ever appearing to try too hard. You watch as she moves toward you, her steps measured, her expression unreadable. As always, "I see you found a moment of peace," she says, sitting down beside you without waiting for an invitation. Her voice is quiet, but there's a sharpness to it that suggests she knows exactly how to navigate the harem's delicate balance of power. You nod, offering a small smile, though you're not sure how much you trust her. Women like her are often the most dangerous in the harem, calm on the surface, but always plotting, always watching. "I wouldn't call it peace," you reply softly, the words slipping from your mouth before you can think better of them. "Just a break." Before the Sultan calls again, "Oh." She raises an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curling slightly in what might be the slightest hint of a smile. Yes, the Sultan. His whims are as unpredictable as the wind. One moment, you are his favorite. The next, well, you've seen what happens to those who lose favor. You nod, a chill running down your spine. The stories of women cast aside after falling out of the Sultan's gaze are whispered behind closed doors of those who were once favored, adored, and then suddenly forgotten, discarded like yesterday's fruit. It's a fate that no one in the harem dares speak of too loudly, but it's always there, hanging in the air like an unspoken threat. The older concubine leans back slightly, her gaze drifting toward the distant palace walls, as if contemplating something. "But you know," she says, her voice quieter now, "even those who fall from grace can still find a way back in. It's not always about beauty or favor. Sometimes it's about influence, about knowing the right people at the right time." Oz, you glance at her, intrigued, despite yourself. Influence. It's a word that holds weight here. In the harem. In the palace. You've seen it play out in subtle ways. Who whispers in the Sultan's ear? Who can bend the eunuchs to their will? Who holds the attention of the powerful women in the court? Influence is as powerful as beauty. Perhaps more so. But how does one acquire it? How do you play that game without becoming a pawn in someone else's plot? She catches your gaze, sensing your curiosity. "You're a clever one," she says softly, her tone approving. "I can see it in the way you move, the way you speak. You're not just here for the Sultan's attention. You're here to play the long game. Just remember, no one stays at the top forever. You must know when to bend, when to stand tall, and when to wait for your moment." Oh, you don't reply immediately, the weight of her words settling on your shoulders. You know she's right. You're not here just for the Sultan's favor. You've learned to navigate the delicate politics of the harem, to read between the lines, to sense the shifting alliances that constantly swirl around you. But the truth remains. Every move you make, every word you say, could be your last. You're always one mistake away from losing everything. You have much to learn, the older concubine adds, her voice softer now, almost as if she's speaking to herself. But don't worry. The game is the same for everyone. It's just a matter of how long you can play it. She stands then, smoothing her gown, and gives you one last look, as if sizing you up. Remember, your time will come. It's just a matter of when you choose to act. Oaf. With that, she walks away, her footsteps fading into the distance. You sit for a while longer, processing her words. The harem is a place of beauty, but also of peril. Every woman here is playing her part, and you must be careful not to be outmaneuvered. There is power to be had, if you can claim it, but there's also the ever-present risk of being cast aside, forgotten in the wake of someone else's success. As the day stretches on, you feel the weight of your position in the harem. It's a world of endless competition, where every glance, every gesture, can mean the difference between favor and ruin. You know you can't afford to relax, not yet. Not while the Sultan's attention is still up for grabs. You rise slowly, the soft hum of the harem filling your ears once more. Another day has begun, and you must be ready. For in this world, the game never stops. The afternoon slips by in a haze, the hours blending together like the soft edges of a dream. You move through the harem's many rooms, performing the small tasks that keep the palace in motion, arranging flowers, speaking briefly with servants, exchanging a few words with other concubines who pass by. The routine is familiar. And, though you have learned to appreciate these quiet moments, there's always the underlying tension that lingers in the back of your mind. The Sultan's favor is never guaranteed, and at any moment, someone could shift the delicate balance of power. Today, you wonder if that someone might be you. You pass through the corridor that leads to the Sultan's private chambers, your footsteps soft against the marble floors. The guards are there, as always, standing stoic at attention, their eyes never quite meeting yours. The walls are adorned with lavish tapestries, scenes of past victories and glorious conquests, each one a reminder of the vast empire the Sultan rules. These images, these symbols of power, too, are carefully constructed to remind those within the palace of their place in the world. They are the backdrop to a life of luxury, but also of control. You stop in front of a window that overlooks the sprawling gardens, watching as a few eunuchs move about, tending to the plants and flowers. The garden is lush, but it is still a part of the Sultan's domain, a beautiful, living thing, but contained, restrained. Much like you, much like every woman in the harem, you are a part of the beauty here, but you are also a part of the system. The garden may bloom, but it blooms at the Sultan's will. You may shine, but only when he allows it. A faint sound reaches your ears. The soft clink of jewelry and the rustle of fabric. You turn just in time to see one of the senior concubines, a woman known for her grace and beauty, glide past you. Her presence commands attention, even without her speaking a word. She's one of the few who holds significant influence here, not just because of her beauty, but because of the way she carries herself, calm, composed, never rushing, always patient. She catches your eye, offering a small, knowing smile, and you instinctively lower your gaze, a sign of respect. In the harem, you never acknowledge superiority too openly. It's understood. The hierarchy of the harem is not just a matter of beauty, it's a matter of experience, of influence. Those like her have seen more seasons of the Sultan's attention, more shifts in power. They know how to survive. When the Sultan's gaze moves elsewhere, she has become a master of the game, and you have yet to learn all its rules. The older concubine stops for a moment, her expression unreadable, her eyes scanning you carefully. You have the look of someone who is waiting. She says, her voice low, but the words are sharp, cutting through the noise of the harem like a whisper in a crowded room. But remember, waiting can be a dangerous game. Sometimes, it's not enough to be chosen, you must make yourself essential. Oh, her words hang in the air between you, and you realize she's offering you a lesson, albeit one cloaked in cryptic advice. You nod, though there's still a part of you that's unsure of how to proceed. The game, as she says, isn't just about beauty or charm. It's about making yourself indispensable, even in a place where there are hundreds of women vying for the same thing. As the older woman moves on, her steps measured and graceful, you find yourself lost in thought, making yourself essential. It's an idea you've thought about before, but now it feels different, more urgent, more immediate. What does it mean to be essential in a place where everyone's purpose is to serve the Sultan's whims? Can you carve out a space for yourself here? one that goes beyond just beauty and charm? The thought both excites and terrifies you. The sun begins to dip lower in the sky, casting the harem in a soft, golden light. Evening is approaching, and with it, the anticipation of the Sultan's visit. The ritual of preparation begins anew. As it always does before his arrival, you move through the halls, your mind still swirling with questions about your place in the harem. What does it mean to truly matter here? How do you make yourself stand out in a sea of women who are all vying for the same thing? You pause in front of a mirror, your reflection staring back at you. The woman you see is familiar, but there's something different in her eyes. Tonight, something more determined, more aware of the power she holds. Even if she doesn't fully understand how to wield it yet, you adjust the folds of your gown, carefully smoothing the fabric, making sure it rests perfectly on your body. In this moment, you are in control. You have learned the art of appearing serene, of making yourself look effortless. When inside, your mind races with thoughts of power and survival. A soft knock at the door interrupts your thoughts, and you turn to find a servant entering with a tray of fruit. Fresh from the Sultan's private garden, the servant places it on your table, giving you a respectful bow before leaving without a word. The fruit is a gesture of kindness, or perhaps just a reminder of the Sultan's control over your life. You take a piece of pomegranate, the red seeds bursting in your mouth. The sweetness both refreshing and heavy with meaning. Every bite, every moment, is a reminder that you are part of something much larger than yourself. As you sit back and look out at the darkening sky, the world outside the harem feels distant, almost unreachable. But for now, you are here, in this place, playing the game, and perhaps, just perhaps, you are learning how to make yourself essential. The evening is approaching. The Sultan may call for you soon, or perhaps he won't. But either way, you are ready. You are learning how to play the long game. And you are learning that in this world, it's not enough to be seen. You must make them see you. As the evening shadows lengthen, the anticipation in the air thickens, settling heavily over the harem like a blanket. The quiet hum of activity in the palace grows louder, the soft rustle of robes, the delicate sound of sandal-clad feet brushing against the marble floors, the laughter of the younger concubines, and the muffled conversation of the eunuchs. The rhythm of the palace is a familiar pulse, one you've learned to follow, to anticipate. But tonight, it feels different. There's something in the Ira quiet tension that even the most practiced of the concubines can't ignore. The Sultan has not yet sent for you, but you can feel his presence hanging over the harem like a storm cloud. Every movement, every gesture, feels charged with the possibility of his attention. You've been here long enough to know that the evening calls come at unexpected times, sometimes late, sometimes early. But they always come when you least expect them. The Sultan's moods are as fickle as the wind, and you've learned not to question when or why he calls upon you. You simply wait, poised, ready for whatever comes. Tonight, though, there's a strange sense of quiet confidence in you, a shift in the way you carry yourself. Perhaps it's the conversation with the older concubine earlier, her cryptic words about making yourself essential. Or maybe it's the growing realization that you've been in the harem long enough to understand its rules, its subtle, invisible systems. You're no longer just playing the game, you're learning how to shape it, how to navigate the power structures that exist within the Sultan's world. And though you may still be a long way from mastering it, there's a sense of control that you haven't felt before as you stand before your mirror, smoothing your gown for what feels like the 100th time. You feel a strange sense of calm. Your reflection stares back at you. But tonight, it's different. You no longer see the woman who entered the harem months ago, wide-eyed and unsure. No, this woman is more confident, more aware of her place, and more prepared for the next move. You've learned how to play the game, how to make yourself valuable not just through your beauty, but through your mind, your presence, your ability to observe, to listen, to act when the moment is right. You run your fingers through your hair, adjusting it just slightly. Before stepping back from the mirror, the light from the candles flickers in the reflection, casting a warm, soft glow that makes everything seem just a little bit dreamlike. The evening outside is dark now, the moon hanging low in the sky. You know that soon, the Sultan will arrive. And when he does, you must be ready not just to serve him, but to find your place in the intricate web of the harem's power. As you step into the hallway, you feel the familiar weight of eyes on you, the eunuchs, the servants, the other concubines. Everyone is watching, always watching. It's a strange feeling, being constantly observed, but you've learned to live with it. In the harem, privacy is a luxury few can afford, and every action you make is noted, remembered. You've seen how quickly the winds can shift, how favor can turn into indifference, and how even the most beloved can fall from grace, but you are prepared now. You know that survival here is about more than just beauty. It's about understanding the subtle currents that flow through this place, about knowing when to bend and when to stand firm. You make your way to the central courtyard, where the light of the lanterns flickers softly in the evening breeze. The air is cooler now, and the garden feels almost magical, the flowers swaying gently in the night. There's a calmness here, a quiet sense of peace. But even in this tranquil setting, you know that the stakes are high. The Sultan's favor is fleeting, and every moment spent in his presence is both a privilege and a potential risk. As you walk, your thoughts wander back to the older concubine's words about influence. You've seen it in action, before the way certain women can command the attention of the Sultan without even trying, the way their presence seems to fill a room. Influence is not just about beauty, it's about power, subtlety, timing. The women who hold influence in the harem are not the loudest, not the most brash, but the ones who understand the game better than anyone. And you're beginning to understand it too. You've been in the harem long enough to see the patterns, the alliances, the subtle shifts in power. And now, it's time to learn how to play your part in it. The sound of soft footsteps behind you pulls you from your thoughts, and you turn to find one of the younger concubines approaching. She's nervous, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her gown, her eyes darting around the courtyard as though expecting someone to see her. You recognize the look. It's the look of someone who's hoping to be noticed, hoping for the Sultan's gaze to fall upon her, but unsure of how to make it happen. You've seen this before. It's the look of someone who doesn't yet understand the game, who thinks that beauty alone will win them favor. She stops before you, bowing slightly. I was wondering if you had any advice," she says, her voice soft, almost hesitant. "About, you know, how to please the Sultan." You glance at her, your eyes softening just slightly. The innocence in her question is striking. And for a moment, you almost feel a pang of sympathy for her. But you know better than to let that emotion show. It's not just about pleasing him. You reply, your voice calm and measured. It's about making yourself essential. Be more than just beautiful. Be someone who he can't forget, even when you're not in his presence. She looks at you, confusion flickering in her eyes. She doesn't yet understand, but you don't expect her to. It takes time. You add, with a knowing smile, and patience. The younger concubine nods, though you can tell she still doesn't fully grasp the weight of your words. She's new here, and, like all newcomers, she will have to learn the harsh lessons of the harem on her own. As she walks away, you feel a strange sense of calm settle over you again. The Sultan's favor may be fleeting, but your place here is slowly becoming more solid, more secure. You've learned how to make yourself indispensable, how to navigate the power plays that swirl around you. And tonight, when the Sultan calls for you, you'll be ready to take the next step in this complex, delicate dance. The evening has arrived, and soon, the game will begin again. But for now, you're prepared. The night falls completely now. The once golden glow of the evening sun replaced by the deep, inky blackness of the sky. The moon hangs low, casting a silver glow over the harem's gardens and the delicate latticework of the windows. From where you stand, the world outside the palace feels as distant as a dream. The harem is a world of its rhythms, its rituals, its power dynamics, all woven into the fabric of the palace walls. Tonight, the atmosphere feels heavier than usual. It's as if the palace itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. You can feel it in the air, the quiet hum of anticipation that fills every corner of the harem. It's the same feeling you get when you know something is about to happen, something important. The Sultan is coming. And with him, the possibility of change. The game, as always, is in motion. You stand in front of your mirror once again, your reflection staring back at you. There's a slight tremor in your hands as you adjust the folds of your gown, smoothing the fabric against your skin. Tonight, you are ready. More than ready. You know how to play this game now. You know when to be patient, when to wait, and when to act. The Sultan may have summoned you for a moment, but you have learned to make that moment count. Your mind races with the possibilities. What will he ask of you tonight? What will you give him? And what will you keep for yourself? A soft knock at the door pulls you from your thoughts. And before you can even respond, the door opens. One of the eunuchs steps inside, his gaze meeting yours. He doesn't speak immediately. He doesn't need to. The message is clear in his eyes. The Sultan has requested your presence. You take a slow, steady breath, feeling the familiar thrill of the moment settle in your chest. There's no turning back now. You straighten your gown, smooth a stray lock of hair behind your ear, and step forward. You don't need to look at the mirror again. You know what you see. You've prepared yourself for this moment. And now, it's time to put your training into action. The eunuch leads you through the winding corridors of the palace. The low hum of activity surrounding you. The palace is quiet at night, but there's still a sense of controlled chaos beneath the surface. The Sultan's chambers, with their gold-leaf doors and intricate carvings, loom ahead. The air thickens as you approach. You can feel the weight of the palace on your shoulders. The weight of expectations, of power, of privilege. But you also feel something elsey, sense of your own power, your own ability to navigate this world, to claim your place within it. The eunuch stops at the door, bowing slightly before opening it for you. The Sultan's chambers are even more lavish than you remembered the room bathed in soft candlelight. The scent of incense filling the air, the plush cushions and silken curtains that adorn every surface. The Sultan sits at his grand throne, his back to you, his figure framed by the golden light. He doesn't turn as you enter. Instead, he remains still, his eyes fixed ahead, as if waiting for you to make your move. You hesitate, just for a moment. It's strange, being here again, in the space where power shifts like the wind. You've been in his presence countless times, but tonight feels different. Tonight, there's a new awareness in the air, a new sense of control that you're learning to wield. The Sultan may be the one who rules this empire, but you've learned that in this room, you hold a certain kind of power too. The power to shape how this moment unfolds. You move slowly toward him, your footsteps soft on the marble floor, your breath steady. When you are close enough, you kneel gracefully at his feet, lowering your gaze in the proper gesture of respect. The act is almost automatic now, though every time you do it, it still feels like a delicate dance. You never know what the Sultan's mood will be, what he will ask of you, or what you must give. For a moment, there is silence. Then, the Sultan speaks. His voice is soft, but carries a weight that fills the room. "You've learned well," he says, his gaze finally turning toward you. There's something in his eyes tonight, something unreadable. But there is more to learn. Are you ready for what comes next? You meet his gaze, the intensity of it settling in your chest like a slow burn. You've heard rumors, whispers among the older concubines, of what happens when the Sultan's attention shifts in this way. It's always a test to challenge, a chance to prove your worth in ways that go beyond beauty, beyond charm. You know what's being asked of you, and yet, you can't help but feel the weight of it, the uncertainty of what lies ahead. "I am ready, Your Majesty," you say, your voice steady. Though your heart beats faster in your chest, you've prepared for this, trained for it. But there's always that small, fleeting moment of doubt. The Sultan nods, his lips curling into a small, almost imperceptible smile. Then, without another word, he gestures for you to rise. You stand gracefully, your body moving with the practiced fluidity you've learned in this world. The Sultan watches you closely, his eyes never leaving you as you step forward. You can feel the intensity of his gaze, But you don't let it break you. Not now. Not when you're so close. He stands then, his movements smooth and deliberate. And for a moment, you wonder if this is where the game changes. This is where you either make your mark or slip quietly back into the shadows. Tonight, the Sultan says, his voice low, almost intimate, I want you to show me something more than beauty. Show me why you belong here. The words hang in the air, and for the briefest moment, time seems to stretch. This is the moment where you can prove your worth, where you can rise above just being another woman in his harem and become someone who truly matters. You inhale deeply, your thoughts racing, and with that, you step forward, ready to show the Sultan exactly why you belong. The game has changed, and you're ready. The Sultan's command echoes in your mind, its weight settling deep in your chest. You've been in the harem long enough to know that his words carry more than just instruction. They carry the subtle pressure of a challenge, a test that will determine your fate here in this place. His desire for more than beauty, more than charm, rings in your ears like a clarion call. What exactly does he want from you tonight? What will you show him to ensure your place at his side? To prove that you are not just another fleeting face in a sea of concubines? You stand before him, feeling the distance between you shrink, yet grow at the same time. The Sultan, the most powerful man in the world, expects something more, but you've never been one to cower under expectations. You've learned how to play this game, how to navigate the endless currents of power and influence within the harem. Tonight, you must show him the depth of what you've learned. His eyes lock onto yours as he waits. A silent, expectant force in the room. You take a breath, steadying yourself. The moment has arrived. The moment where you must prove yourself. You begin slowly, the words coming to you with a clarity you didn't anticipate. Your majesty. You begin, your voice steady. I understand that in this place, beauty is not enough. We are more than our appearances, more than our ability to please. We are here to be more than just faces in the harem. We are here to shape the world around us, to influence those who hold power, to leave a lasting mark upon your court. Oh. You pose, feeling the intensity of his gaze on you. The room is still, and you know that every word you speak must be measured, weighed for its value. The Sultan is not one for idle conversation. Every word must carry purpose. You continue, the words flowing more easily now. To be essential in your world, your majesty, is to offer more than just pleasure. It is to understand the deeper currents of this palace, to play the long game, and to build relationships that extend beyond the surface. You feel his gaze soften. But it's impossible to tell whether it's approval or calculation. Still, you press on, allowing your voice to grow more confident. I am not here merely to please. I am here to show that my presence, my influence, my understanding of this court are invaluable to you. I want to be more than a fleeting moment. I want to be remembered. The room seems to hold its breath as you finish speaking. You know that in the harem, words are weapon sharp and prescient. You've just wielded yours carefully. This is a subtle move, a delicate play of power. You're not just showing the Sultan your beauty tonight. You're showing him your mind, your strategy, your awareness of the complex web of influence in which you find yourself caught. For a moment, there's nothing but silence. You wonder, just for an instant, if you've said too much, if your boldness has cost you the very favor you're trying to earn. But then, slowly, the Sultan smiles, the corner of his mouth curling upward, just enough to reveal the slightest trace of approval. "You are clever," he says, his voice low and rich, a smile dancing in his tone. But cleverness alone is not enough. You must also know when to act, and when to wait. Do you understand? You nod, your gaze never leaving his. "I understand. Your Majesty, I will wait, but only for the right moment." The Sultan watches you for another long moment, his eyes narrowed in thought. There's something almost calculating in the way he studies you, as if he's looking for the cracks in your composure, searching for weaknesses. But you don't flinch. You hold his gaze with quiet determination. After a beat, the Sultan nods, as though satisfied. "Very well," he says. "You have proven your worth tonight. But remember, you are only as valuable as the moment allows. There will always be others who seek to replace you. Stay sharp." You take his words to heart, understanding that, in his world, nothing is permanent, and that the Sultan's favor is as fickle as the wind. But, tonight, you've gained something more important than favor. You've gained respect. And in this place, the respect can be as powerful as any title. The Sultan stands and steps away from his throne, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knows their power is unquestioned. He approaches you slowly, and for the briefest moment, you feel as though you are the only two people in the room. His eyes are still on you, the weight of his gaze heavy. But there's something else there, now something more than command. "You have learned well," he says, his voice softer now. "But remember, it is not just about what you know. It's about how you use it, how you move through this court, how you influence others without ever letting them know you're doing it." You nod, feeling the full impact of his words. The game is far from over, and there is much more to learn. But for tonight, you've taken another step forward. You are no longer just a concubine, you are a force to be reckoned with. The Sultan pauses in front of you, his gaze steady. For a moment, it almost feels as though he's waiting for something. Then, with a slight, almost imperceptible gesture, he dismisses you. You bow low, your movements graceful, your mind still racing with everything that's just transpired. You turn and walk away, the soft rustle of your gown, the only sound in the otherwise still room. The door to the Sultan's chambers closes quietly behind you, and the weight of the night settles into your bones. You've done what you set out to do. You've proven yourself. You've shown the Sultan your worth. But the game is far from over. In the harem, favor is fleeting, and the world of power is constantly shifting. Tomorrow, you will find yourself once again navigating the delicate currents of the court. But tonight, for now, you have earned your place. And for the first time, you feel that you belong here not just as a beautiful face, but as someone who has truly learned how to play the game. The harem is still buzzing with life as you make your way back to your room. But you walk with a quiet confidence now. The night has been a victory. And though you know tomorrow may bring new challenges, for tonight, you rest in the knowledge that you have made your mark. The quiet of your room feels different tonight. It's not the usual serenity that you've come to associate with these walls. The kind of peaceful stillness that accompanies the soft flicker of candlelight and the distant sound of the harem settling into slumber. No. Tonight, the air feels heavier, charged with the lingering aftertaste of your encounter with the Sultan. His words echo in your mind. The promise of respect. The challenge of remaining indispensable. His gaze. His cool demeanor. His subtle praise, it all swirls around you like a heady perfume. Intoxicating and sharp. You sit at the edge of your bed, your fingers lightly tracing the intricate patterns on the silk bedspread. The weight of what transpired still presses on your chest. But there's a calmness in you now. A quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. The Sultan's attention is a prize. Yes, but you know that this game is far from simple. Every moment spent in his presence is a fragile thread. Easily snapped. You've proven yourself tonight. But there are no guarantees in the harem. Favor, power, even affection. These things shift with the wind. A soft knock on the door breaks your thoughts, pulling you out of your reflection. You rise, smoothing your gown before walking over to answer. It's a servant, her eyes lowered in respect. She holds a small, ornate box. Its lid decorated with gold filigree and precious stones. You know immediately what it is, another gift from the Sultan. A symbol of his favor. She places it gently in your hands before offering another bow and leaving without a word. You sit back down, your fingers trembling slightly as you open the box. Inside, nestled in velvet, is a necklace so delicate, yet undeniably beautiful. The chain is thin, made of gold, and from it hangs a pendant in the shape of a crescent moon, set with tiny diamonds that catch the light. It's a piece of exquisite craftsmanship, a gift from the Sultan's personal collection. His seal is etched into the back, a subtle but undeniable mark of his ownership. You trace the pendant with your fingers, your heart beating just a little faster. This is no mere trinket, it's a token of something far more significant. A gift like this doesn't come without expectations. You know the game now, and you know that every gesture from the Sultan, no matter how small, carries weight. This necklace isn't just a symbol of affection or favorites, a reminder of your place here. In this world of power and manipulation, you wear it as a mark of distinction. Yes, but also as a reminder that you are never truly free here. You belong to the Sultan. And in this world, belonging means something different than you might expect. It's both privilege and captivity, freedom and restraint, all tangled together in the same breath. You place the necklace on the vanity table beside you, your thoughts racing. The Sultan's actions tonight, his words, his gifts, they all carry meaning. You've made an impression. You've shown him that you are more than just a beautiful face. But what comes next? What does he want from you? What does it take to remain in his favor? To hold on to the fragile position you've gained? The scent of roses drifts through the open window, and for a moment, you close your eyes and let the night air fill your lungs. The moonlight outside is sharp and bright, casting long shadows across the room. The palace is still, but you know that inside these walls, power is always in motion. The Sultan's gaze is never far from you, even when he isn't physically present. His influence shapes every moment of your life here, and the lives of everyone in the harem. You hear the sound of footsteps outside your door, followed by the soft rustle of robes. The eunuchs are making their rounds again, watching over the harem with their ever-watchful eyes. They are the eyes and ears of the Sultan, the silent enforcers of his will. And though you know they are necessary, you can't help but resent their presence. They are part of the harem's complex web of control-every movement. Every gesture, every word you speak is under their scrutiny. They, too, are players in the game. A soft sigh escapes your lips as you stand, moving toward the window once more. The garden below is quiet, the dark shadows of the trees stretching long across the grounds. The stillness is almost peaceful, but it's a fragile peace, one that can be shattered at any moment by the Sultan's next command. You know that your position here is never secure. There are always others waiting for their moment, others who would do anything to take your place. But tonight, you've survived. Tonight, you've proven yourself. And that's enough for now. You sit at your vanity table again, your fingers gently brushing over the necklace the Sultan gave you. The cold metal feels heavier than it did before, as if it now holds the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. You wonder, not for the first time, if you'll ever truly be able to leave this place behind. If there will ever be a moment when you can step out from under the Sultan's shadow and live a life of your own choosing. The thought lingers for a moment, but you push it aside. In the harem, such thoughts are distractions, dangerous distractions. Tomorrow, you will rise again, ready for whatever challenge the Sultan sets before you. Tomorrow, you will continue to play the game, moving through the delicate webs of politics and power, waiting for your next moment to shine. And when the time comes, you will be ready to seize it. The moonlight outside the window softens, and the sounds of the harem begin to fade as the night deepens. For now, you close your eyes and allow yourself a brief moment of rest. But you know that in this world, rest is never truly restful. The game continues. Always. And you, for better or worse, are a part of it. The night stretches on, and the harem settles into a quiet rhythm, kind of uneasy peace. If such a thing can exist here, the stillness feels different tonight. Perhaps because you know what tomorrow will bring. Every day in the harem is another opportunity, another challenge, another subtle test of your worth. The Sultan's attention is a fleeting thing. But tonight, you've earned it. Tomorrow? You don't know. But that's the beauty and the peril of this life. In the harem, nothing is permanent. You sit quietly by your window, the faint light of the moon spilling in through the latticework, casting long, soft shadows on the walls. You hear the rustle of silk and the low murmurs of voices from the hallways outside. The eunuchs patrol. The servants move in and out. And the concubines, like you, to prepare for whatever the next day may bring. Some of them are still caught in the thrill of the Sultan's gaze. Others retreat into their rooms, already planning their next steps. There's a constant hum in the air, the undercurrent of competition, of desire, of survival. You close your eyes, letting the sounds of the harem fade into the background. The scent of jasmine and incense lingers in the room. Soothing, familiar, but beneath it all, the thoughts that have been swirling in your mind tonight refuse to quiet. The Sultan's praise still echoes in your ears. You have proven yourself tonight. For now, it is enough. But the words carry with them an unspoken challenge. Prove it again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. You know this. The Sultan's favor is not something that lasts forever. You've seen it before. In the older concubines, who once held his attention, now relegated to the edges of the harem. Their beauty fading with time, their influence slipping away. The harem is a place of constant change, where today's favorite can be tomorrow's forgotten woman. The beauty of youth is both a gift and a curse. It gets you in the door, but it doesn't guarantee you'll stay there. A soft knock at the door breaks your reverie. You stand, smoothing your gown, and cross the room to open it. The servant, her face respectful and composed, offers you a small tray of fresh fruit. A token, she says. From the Sultan. You glance at the fruit pomegranates. Figs, grapes, all familiar. All luxuries. And yet still reminders that your life here is dictated by the Sultan's will. It's a subtle reminder that you remain in his favor. But just as subtly, you know, it's a gift that's also meant to keep you in line, to keep you remembering that you belong to him, as much as the gold and silk that decorate these halls. You take the tray, offering the servant a small smile. She bows deeply before leaving, the door closing softly behind her. For a moment, you stand there, holding the tray in your hands. You don't eat the fruit immediately. You place it carefully on your vanity. Taking a moment to look at it, the Sultan's gifts are not just indulgences. They are markers, reminders of your place in his world. You sit at the vanity again, the silence of your room filling the space around you. You are alone here. And yet, you are never truly alone. The harem, the palace, the Sultan's empire, everything is connected, woven together by invisible threads of influence and power. Even in solitude, you are part of something far larger than yourself. Your thoughts return to the conversation with the older concubine, making yourself essential. You've been trying to do that, trying to understand what it means to truly be indispensable in this world, where beauty fades and favor shifts, like the tides. But tonight, you realize something else. Maybe it's not just about proving yourself to the Sultan. Maybe it's about proving something to yourself, about showing that you are capable of playing this game, not just surviving it. You've learned to adapt, to observe, to wait for the right moments. But now you begin to understand that it's not just about being seen. It's about knowing how to use every moment, every interaction, to your advantage. Power doesn't always come from the Sultan's gaze. Sometimes, it's the quiet moments, the ones that happen when no one is watching, that can make the most difference. As the night deepens, the palace grows quieter. The soft sounds of the harem continue to fill the air, but the constant hum of activity has dulled into a gentler rhythm. You look at the fruit on the tray, the soft glow of the moon casting light on its vibrant colors. The fruit is beautiful, but you know it's more than just a gift. It's a symbol, a reminder. The Sultan's attention may be fleeting, but for now, it's yours. For now, you have made your mark. Tomorrow, you will rise again. The game will continue, and you will continue to play. Because in the harem, there's no such thing as truly standing still. You either advance or you fade into the background. And tonight, for all the uncertainty that lies ahead, you've taken a step forward. You've proven that you are more than just another woman in the Sultan's collection. You are a force to be reckoned with. And that, in this world, is a victory. You finish the fruit, the sweetness lingering on your tongue. And then, for the first time in what feels like forever, you allow yourself to rest. The harem, the Sultan, the power struggles, they can all wait until tomorrow. For now, you close your eyes, letting the soft sounds of the palace carry you into a quiet sleep. The sun rises once again, casting a soft, golden light through the intricately patterned windows of your room. The harem begins to stir, as it does every morning slowly. Almost imperceptibly, the air is cool. The scent of flowers and incense, still lingering from the night before. Outside, you can hear the distant sounds of the garden, waking up the soft rustling of leaves, the gentle hum of bees, the faint trickle of water from the fountains. But within the walls of the harem, it's the quiet that fills the space, the stillness before the storm. So to speak, you stretch, feeling the cool morning air brush against your skin as you rise from the bed. Your body feels rested, but there's a quiet tension in the air, a subtle pressure that you can't quite shake off. Last night's gift from the Sultan, the necklace, is still on your vanity, gleaming softly in the morning light. You reach for it, running your fingers over the smooth gold and the small diamonds that catch the light with every movement. The Sultan's gift is a reminder, a token of his favor, but it also feels like a weight, a challenge. He's marked you now, not just with his gaze, but with this piece of jewelry. You can almost hear his voice again, the weight of his words. Show me why you belong here. You exhale slowly and place the necklace around your neck. The cold metal, a stark contrast to the warmth of the room. You are still wearing the Sultan's mark. And for today, that will be enough. But you know better than to think that's all it takes. The favor of a sultan can be as fickle as the wind, and you are never truly safe. The other women in the harem may seem content, some of them still basking in the quiet luxury of their position. But you've seen the way power shifts here. You've seen the looks, the whispered words, the subtle signs of when someone's place is beginning to fade. You move to the window and look out at the garden once more, watching as the first rays of the sun warm the earth. The garden is beautiful, lush and vibrant, but it's also contained its growth carefully managed, its paths laid out in perfect symmetry, much like the harem itself. You can thrive here, but only in the confines of the walls that surround you. Outside, there is a world beyond these gates. One that you will never know, not unless you find a way to break free. But for now, you're here, and you must learn how to make this world work for you. A soft knock at the door interrupts your thoughts. And you rise, smoothing your gown as you walk to open it. One of the servants stands before you, holding a tray with breakfast fresh fruit, honey, bread, but there's something else too. Something wrapped in fine silk, with a note sealed in gold. The servant hands it to you with a respectful bow, and you thank her softly as she leaves. You take the note first, breaking the seal. The Sultan's handwriting is neat. Precise. The message is brief. Meet me in the courtyard after breakfast. There are matters to discuss. You feel a shiver of anticipation run through you, followed by the familiar stirrings of unease. The Sultan has summoned you again, and you know that nothing in this place is ever just a casual conversation. Every interaction, every moment with him is a tested chance to prove your worth, to show him that you are indispensable. The necklace, the gift, the praise tonight, they're all part of a larger strategy. The Sultan wants more from you. He always does. The silk-wrapped object on the tray catches your eye again. You gently unroll it, revealing a small, intricately carved box made of wood, decorated with gold leaf and precious stones. Inside the box is a delicate, finely crafted comb. The teeth of the comb, carved from ivory, inlaid with pearls. It's a stunning piece, both beautiful and functional. A small luxury meant to be both practical and precious. The comb is another gift, another sign of favor. But its meaning is less obvious than the necklace. This gift is more personal something that suggests the Sultan is thinking of you in a different way. You place the comb down beside you, a flicker of curiosity passing through your mind. What does it mean? This gesture? Is it just another token of his favor? Or is it a sign of something more? It's not a piece of jewelry or a lavish display of wealth, it's something more intimate. Something meant for you to use. The Sultan is not simply giving you wealth or status, he's giving you something that requires a deeper level of care. Something meant for daily use. Something that ties you to him in a more subtle way. The comb feels like a gift meant to be kept close. A quiet reminder of your place here. You pick it up, running your fingers over the smooth ivory and the delicate pearls. It's beautiful. Yes. But it also feels like an extension of the Sultan's expectations, an object that must be treated with care, with reverence. His gifts are never without meaning, and this one feels different from the others. You sit for a moment, turning the comb over in your hands, contemplating its meaning. The Sultan's favor is never guaranteed, and each gift, each word, carries with it an unspoken challenge. He has given you the comb, but what does he want in return? How will you prove yourself this time? You place the comb carefully back on the tray, the weight of the moment pressing in on you. There is no room for error here. You've played the game well so far. But tomorrow, the Sultan may demand more. Tomorrow, his favor may be gone, replaced by someone else who is more beautiful, more clever, more charming. The game is ever shifting. And in the harem, nothing is permanent. You finish your breakfast in silence, your thoughts swirling with the possibilities of what lies ahead. The Sultan has called for you, and you know that this meeting will be another step in the game. What will he demand of you this time? How will you respond? As you finish your meal, you rise and prepare to meet him. Your movements slow and deliberate, your mind focused. Today, is another day in the harem, and you must be ready. The game is always on, and you've learned that to survive, you must always be prepared to play. The courtyard is bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun, casting long shadows on the lush garden paths. The scent of fresh jasmine drifts through the air, a reminder that beauty still exists within the carefully controlled space of the harem. You step out into the open, your gown rustling lightly as you move. The cool morning breeze brushes against your skin, carrying with it the faint sounds of servants going about their duties, eunuchs keeping watch, and concubines preparing for the sultan's imminent arrival. You glance around, taking in the surroundings. The garden is just as carefully curated as everything else in the harem, perfectly manicured, with flowering trees lining the stone pathways, the sounds of a fountain in the distance. It's beautiful. Yes, but it is still a cage. The gardens might offer some small sense of freedom, but they are part of the Sultan's domain, his empire. You might walk these paths, but you will never truly roam them. Freedom, for you, is a concept that exists only in dreams. A soft rustle from the shadows ahead catches your attention, and you see the Sultan standing there, waiting for you. He's not on his throne today. No, he's standing amidst the garden, in the midst of the life he's cultivated here, almost blending into the greenery surrounding him. There's something about his presence in the garden that seems to change the very air around you. Even here, in this calm setting, he is still the center of attention. His eyes meet yours as you approach, his expression unreadable. He's watching you, his gaze sharp, as if he's assessing something. You can't help but feel a slight tremor in your chest. The power he holds over you, over everyone, in the harem, is undeniable. But you've learned to control that flutter, to replace the fear with something far more calculated. You've learned that the key to surviving in the harem is not just beauty or charm, it's understanding the game, knowing when to act, when to speak, when to remain silent. Come, he says softly, his voice low but commanding. His tone is not harsh, but it is firm. I have been thinking about you. Hof, you take a deep breath, letting his words settle before responding. You've been here long enough to know that when the Sultan speaks like this, it's always serious. He is not one for casual conversation, especially when it comes to the concubines. His words always carry weight. And tonight, you may learn the full meaning of this summons. You stop in front of him, lowering your gaze in the proper gesture of respect. The air between you feels charged, almost electric, as if the very act of standing before him requires you to prove your worth. His presence is as overwhelming as it is subtle, and you know that every second here counts. I have noticed your sharpness, the Sultan continues, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observes you. Your ability to learn, to adapt. You are not like the others. His words are not just praise, they are a challenge. The Sultan never gives praise without expectation. He's testing you, pushing you to rise to something more than what you are. And in this world, that's both a gift and a burden. Tell me, he says, stepping closer, his voice lowering to a near whisper. What do you think your role here truly is? The question catches you off guard for a moment. But you quickly regain your composure. You've been prepared for moments like this, where the Sultan asks more than just surface-level questions. This is not just about pleasing him or earning his favor, it's about showing him that you understand the intricacies of the game. "I am here," you reply, your voice steady, "to be more than just a fleeting moment of pleasure. I am here to be a part of something larger than myself. To be someone who holds value not just in the Sultan's eyes, but in the court itself." "Oh." He watches you closely, his eyes never leaving yours. There's a moment of silence, and you wonder if you've said too much. You've spoken plainly, but you've also shown that you understand the unspoken rules of the harem. The Sultan may control the lives of the women here, but it's the subtle play of influence that truly decides who survives in the long run. "I see," he murmurs, his voice soft, but filled with something deeper, something unreadable. He takes a step back, his eyes scanning you as if reassessing everything he thought he knew. The shift in the air is palpable. The Sultan is always calculating, always watching. But tonight, you've caught his attention in a new way. The silence stretches between you, and for a moment, the world outside the garden fades. You are caught in the Sultan's gaze, his presence overwhelming. This is the moment when you either prove yourself worthy or fade into the shadows. "Tomorrow, there will be a gathering," the Sultan says suddenly, breaking the silence. "I want you to be there. You will present yourself as a member of the court, not just as a concubine, but as someone who holds influence, as someone who matters." "Oh well." You blink, trying to process what he's just said. The Sultan has always kept his court's matters in secret meetings. Decisions, a lion cell. Of it happens behind closed doors. To be invited to something like this is both a great honor and a dangerous gamble. To show yourself in that way means stepping out of the shadows and into the light. It means showing the court what you've always known, that you are more than just an ornament in the harem. You are part of the empire, part of the Sultan's power structure, and you've learned how to play the game of influence. "I will be ready, Your Majesty," you say, your voice steady, though your mind is already racing with possibilities. This is the moment you've been waiting for, the chance to step beyond the role of just a concubine and into something far more powerful. This is your chance to prove yourself, not just to the Sultan, but to everyone in the court. You will show them that you are essential. You will show them that you belong here, not just by chance, but by your own design. The Sultan gives you a small nod, the faintest smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Good," he says. "Tomorrow will be a test for you, but I believe you are ready." "Oh." You nod, lowering your gaze in acknowledgement. You've earned this moment, and you know that tomorrow, everything changes. This is your chance to show the court that you are more than just a woman in the Sultan's harem. You are a force to be reckoned with. The Sultan turns and begins to walk away, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the garden. You stand there, your heart racing, your mind already planning the next steps. Tomorrow, you will rise and you will be ready. The night passes quickly, your mind too occupied with the promise of tomorrow to allow for much rest. You lie awake in your bed, staring up at the ceiling, the soft flicker of the candlelight dancing in the shadows around you. Tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow, you will be more than just a part of the harem. Tomorrow, you will present yourself as an equal within the Sultan's court. The thought both excites and unnerves you. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The moment where you step beyond the shadows of the harem and into the light of the palace's inner circle. Sleep. For once, eludes you. You rise early, long before the rest of the harem stirs. The quiet of the morning is a welcome contrast to the buzz of activity that will surely come later. You move around your room, preparing yourself for the day ahead. You don't rush, no. You've learned that every moment in the harem counts. Every gesture, every glance, is part of the game. So you take your time, carefully selecting the gown you will wear. It's a deep shade of sapphire, embroidered with delicate silver thread that catches the light with every movement. It's beautiful, but not too bold, just the right balance of grace and sophistication. The outfit should speak of your presence without shouting for attention. You have learned that subtlety is as important as beauty in this world. You slip into the gown, feeling the soft fabric settle against your skin. As you stand before the mirror, adjusting the final details of your appearance, you catch your reflection once more. The woman staring back at you is not the same one who entered the harem months ago. She is more confident, more aware of the power she holds. She is not just a concubine waiting for the Sultan's gaze. She is someone who has learned to navigate this world, who has learned to use every tool at her disposal. The necklace, the comb, the gifts, their meaning is clear now. They are tokens of the Sultan's attention. Yes, but they also represent the position you are carving for yourself within the palace. A knock on the door interrupts your thoughts, and you turn quickly, smoothing your gown one last time. You open the door to find a servant waiting with a small tray of breakfast fruit, honey, and a fresh pot of tea. You thank her quietly, and she leaves without a word, the door closing softly behind her. You sit at your vanity, taking a moment to breathe before you eat. The anticipation of the day weighs on you, but you've learned to focus, to block out the anxiety. Today is another challenge, another test, but it's one you're prepared for. As you sip your tea, your thoughts drift back to the Sultan's words. Tomorrow will be a test for you, but I believe you are ready. You know this is the beginning of something bigger, something that could shift your place within the court, within the Sultan's world. Tomorrow, you won't just be another concubine. You will step into the court as a woman of influence, a woman who understands the rules, the power plays, and the subtle politics of the harem. You've spent months learning, watching, waiting for this moment. And now, it's here. Once you finish your breakfast, you prepare to leave your room. The walk through the harem is quiet, the air thick with the promise of change. The eunuchs are already moving about, keeping a watchful eye on the concubines, the servants bustling quietly behind them. You can feel the tension in the air as you move through the halls, knowing that today, everything will be different. As you step into the courtyard, the garden is already waking up servants, tending to the flowers. The soft hum of activity in the background. But the palace seems quieter today. As if everyone is waiting for something, you take a deep breath and walk toward the central meeting room, where the Sultan's gathering will take place. This is it. This is the moment where you will prove yourself to the court. where you will show them your worth. The room is lavish, as always, with golden columns, intricately woven tapestries, and long tables covered in rich fabrics. The scent of incense fills the air, and the soft sound of quiet conversation drifts through the space. The court is already assembled. The women, the courtiers, the officials, all in their places, speaking in hushed tones. You move toward the center, your steps steady but measured. The eyes of the court turn to you as you approach, and you can feel the weight of their gaze, the curiosity, the subtle judgment. Some of the women look at you with interest, others with suspicion, but all of them are watching, waiting to see what you'll do. You keep your expression neutral, your body poised. You've learned how to navigate these moments. Your role here is no longer just to be seen, it's to be noticed, to have your presence felt, to carve out a space for yourself within the Sultan's world. The Sultan stands at the head of the room, his posture relaxed, but his gaze sharp. He watches you as you move into position, his eyes scanning you with the same intensity they always have. You meet his gaze, a brief moment of silent understanding passing between you. This is the moment you've been preparing for. He gestures for you to approach, and the court falls into silence. You walk toward him with purpose. The soft rustling of your gown, the only sound in the room. As you step up to his side, you feel the eyes of the court upon you. The Sultan's gaze remains steady, a silent command for you to speak. You take a breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle around you. This is it. The moment where you show the court that you are more than just another face in the Sultan's harem, Your Majesty. You begin, your voice steady and clear. I stand before you not just as a concubine, but as someone who understands the value of loyalty, of influence, and of the power we hold in this court. I am not here just to serve. I am here to be a part of something larger, to contribute, to shape, to be essential. The words hang in the air, bold and clear, and, for a moment, there is silence. The court watches, waiting. You can feel their eyes on you, but you remain composed. Your gaze steady on the Sultan. He studies you for a moment, and then nods. A small, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well spoken, he says, his voice low but filled with approval. You understand your place here, and you understand the game. The weight of his words settles on you, and for a moment, you allow yourself a quiet sigh of relief. The Sultan's approval, even in its subtle form, is a victory. But you know it's just the beginning. The game is long, and it's always shifting. But today, you've shown the court that you are more than just a part of the harem. Today, you've proven that you are a player in this game. The silence that follows the Sultan's approval lingers in the air, heavy with anticipation. You stand at the center of the room, the weight of the court's gaze pressing on you. But you refuse to flinch. Your heart still pounds in your chest. But you've learned to steady it, to mask the rush of emotions that swirl within you. This moment, this first step into the Sultan's inner circle, is a fragile thing. It could be fleeting, but for now, it's yours. You allow the briefest of smiles to touch the corners of your lips, acknowledging the Sultan's praise without overindulging in it. You know better than to appear too eager for his approval. Subtlety has become your ally here. And you've learned how to play this part just as well as any other. The court's eyes remain on you, but now they seem more interested, more curious. Your presence in this room, alongside the Sultan, signals that you are no longer just one of many concubines. You've carved out your place in this delicate hierarchy. And though the road ahead is long and uncertain, you know that this is a victory. The Sultan's expression softens. Just the smallest flicker of something approaching approval. But it's enough. You may stay, he says, his voice low but firm. You will be a part of tomorrow's discussions. But remember, your place here will always depend on your actions. Nothing is ever truly secured in this world. Oh, those words, as always, are a reminder. The Sultan's favor, like everything else in the harem, is temporary. It is not something you can ever take for granted, no matter how carefully you play the game. But tonight, you've done more than earn a fleeting moment of attention. You've demonstrated your awareness of the rules, your understanding of the balance of power. And for now, that's enough. The court slowly resumes its murmur of conversations. The initial tension having dissipated with the Sultan's words, he takes his seat again at the head of the room, his eyes flicking between various courtiers and officials who begin to gather around, their hushed voices carrying the subtle undercurrent of politics. You remain standing. But you are no longer just an observer. You've stepped into this world, this complex web of power, and the Sultan has allowed you to play a role. You move slowly to a nearby seat, a place close enough to remain visible, but not too bold. As you settle into the cushion, your eyes sweep across the room, observing the subtle exchanges that take place between the members of the court. There are whispered conversations, glances exchanged behind fans and veils, each gesture a part of the game. Power here is not just about the Sultan's will, it is also about how you navigate the undercurrents of these moments. You must understand who holds the real power, who the real players are, and how to use those connections to your advantage. Your gaze lingers on a few of the other concubines. Some of them are older, their positions in the harem secured for now, though you know that even they are not immune to the Sultan's shifting affections. Others are younger, like you, their beauty fresh, but their grasp on power still tenuous. A few of the more ambitious ones catch your eye, their gazes sharp, calculating. You know that they, too, are watching, waiting for any sign of weakness, any opening where they might rise above you, but you don't let it show. You are no longer just a part of the background here. You've positioned yourself at the forefront of this game. You listen closely as the Sultan begins to speak with a few of his advisors. Their words are measured, their conversation filled with subtle politics and veiled threats. You can hear the undertone of competition in their voices, the subtle jockeying for favor, the way each man tries to position himself as indispensable to the Sultan. This is a world where loyalty is not guaranteed, where the closest allies can turn on each other in the blink of an eye. It's a world that thrives on manipulation, on maintaining an appearance of unity, while, underneath, the sharpest minds work their angles. As the meeting continues, your thoughts drift back to the older concubine's words, Make yourself essential. The advice echoes in your mind as you watch the court move around you. Each person playing their part, shaping their future within the Sultan's world. You've already learned that beauty alone won't keep you in the Sultan's favor for long. You need to be more than that. You need to be someone who matters, who influences, who shapes the course of events in this court. You feel a slight shift in the air as one of the eunuchs approaches you. His face is impassive, but there's something in his gaze that tells you he's here to deliver a message. He leans slightly closer, his voice low enough to be heard only by you. The Sultan wishes to speak with you privately after this gathering. He has questions. He may ask you to take part in tomorrow's discussions, he says, before straightening and walking away. Your heart beats faster. A mix of excitement and caution. The Sultan's private summons are rare, and they always come with an expectation. But this is a new level of involvement. The discussions tomorrow will shape the future of the empire, and the Sultan is asking you to be a part of it. You have crossed another threshold in his court, and you know that once you step into this world, there is no turning back. The gathering continues, but your mind is already focused on the future. Tomorrow, you will not just be a concubine in the Sultan's harem. Tomorrow, you will be a player in the court's politics, a part of the web of power that holds the empire together. It's a dangerous game, but it's one you are ready to play. You've learned to navigate the delicate balance between beauty and influence, between charm and intellect. And tomorrow, you will show the Sultan and the court that you are more than just a part of the harem. You are essential. The evening draws to a close, and the court begins to disperse. But you remain seated for a while longer, taking in the room, watching the people who will shape the future of the empire. You've made your mark. But tomorrow, you will prove that you belong here, among them, playing the game. The Sultan's gaze lingers on you for a moment longer as he rises, his figure framed by the soft light of the room. It is a glance of approval, but also a reminder. The game is just beginning. The night unfolds like any other in the harem quiet, with a soft rustling of robes, the hushed murmurs of the concubines as they settle into their rooms. But inside your mind, the weight of tomorrow lingers. The Sultan's invitation to the private discussions, his words of encouragement, are the only thing you can think about. You lie awake in your bed, the soft glow of the moon casting shadows across the walls, unable to shake the thoughts of what the next day might bring. You know this moment is pivotal. Tomorrow could be the turning point in your time here. Tomorrow, you will have the chance to influence not just the Sultan, but the court itself. The gathering will be more than just a show of power. It will be a test, a challenge that will reveal where you truly stand in the harem's intricate web. This is the opportunity you've been waiting for, the one where you will prove your place in the Sultan's world, not as a mere concubine, but as someone who matters. The thought stirs something deep inside you. There's a sense of pride, yes, but also a quiet anxiety. In the harem, every move is calculated, every word measured. Tomorrow, you will have to be perfect, not just in appearance, but in how you speak, how you present yourself, and how you interact with the powerful figures in the room. There will be no room for mistakes. You've played the game carefully so far, but this next move is more critical than any before it. You rise early, well before the other concubines stir. The soft light of dawn spills through the window, casting a warm glow over the room. You stand before the mirror, adjusting your gown, selecting the accessories that will complete your look for the day. You can't afford to appear too bold, too eager, but you must make your presence felt. Today is about showing that you belong in the court note as a fleeting moment of beauty. But, as a fixture in the Sultan's inner circle, you choose a simple yet elegant gown. The fabric soft to the touch. Its color, a deep violet that contrasts sharply with the gold accents that will catch the light. The necklace the Sultan gifted you rests against your neck, a reminder of his favor. But also a reminder that this moment is not just about beauty, it's about how you wield the influence that's been granted to you. The servants bring breakfast to your room, their eyes polite but careful, not daring to intrude on your quiet preparations. You take a moment to eat, but you can't focus on the food. Your mind is already racing with possibilities, planning how you will present yourself, how you will navigate the court's intricate politics. The Sultan's approval is always a delicate thing, one wrong move, and it could slip from your grasp. But for now, you've earned your place at the table. Tomorrow, you will show the court that you deserve it. You finish your meal, on your hands steady, as you wipe your mouth with the soft linen napkin. There is no more time for hesitation. You stand, smoothing your gown once more, and walk toward the door. As you step into the hallway, the eunuchs are already patrolling, their eyes sharp as ever. The sound of their footsteps fills the hall, reminding you that in the harem, there is no privacy, no freedom from watchful eyes. Every movement you make is observed, every step calculated. You reach the central gathering room with plenty of time to spare, the weight of the anticipation hanging in the air like a fog. The court has already begun to assemble, and you can feel the shift in energy as the important figures begin to take their places. The room is grand, as it always is, with long tables and intricate tapestries depicting the victories of the Sultan's ancestors. The air smells faintly of incense, a calm before the storm. You move to take your place among the women of the harem. They glance at you as you enter, some with curiosity, others with quiet judgment. You meet their gazes, but you don't allow yourself to feel the weight of their scrutiny. Today, you are not just a concubine. Today, you are a participant in the court's delicate game. The challenge is no longer about surviving, it's about thriving. You've learned that power in the harem isn't just about beauty, it's about understanding the layers beneath the surface, understanding who holds the real influence, and knowing how to align yourself with those forces. The Sultan enters the room, and the court falls silent in his presence. His eyes sweep over the gathered officials and concubines, his gaze moving with the practiced ease of someone who knows how to command attention. When his eyes fall on you, you feel the weight of his gaze, sharp and assessing. But you don't flinch. You've already proven yourself. And, today, you will show him that your place here is not a fluke. It's earned. He gestures for the proceedings to begin, and the court comes to life once again. The discussions unfold around you, the murmurs of the court filling the air. You listen intently, absorbing the subtle power plays, the political maneuvering, but you know that soon it will be your turn. You've learned to observe before speaking, to wait for the right moment, to make your voice heard without forcing it. As the court continues its deliberations, your thoughts return to the Sultan's words. You will be a part of tomorrow's discussions. You wonder what role he envisions for you today. What part of the conversation will you be allowed to participate in? How will you make your mark? Finally, the Sultan turns to you, his gaze expectant. You have something to add? He asks, his voice steady, but filled with the weight of the room's attention. The silence that follows is thick, the court waiting for your response. You take a deep breath, steadying your nerves, and rise gracefully. You know this is your moment to prove your worth, to show that you are more than just a beautiful face in the Sultan's court. I believe. You begin, your voice steady and clear, that the future of the empire lies not just in the Sultan's rule, but in the alliances we build, the influence we wield. We are not simply subjects to be ruled, but players in the shaping of the empire's future. The court is silent as you speak, and you feel the weight of every eye on you. But you hold your ground, your gaze steady. This is the test, the moment you've been waiting for. You must show them that you understand the true nature of power, the delicate web of influence that holds the empire together. The Sultan's gaze never leaves you as you finish speaking. And for a moment, you wonder what he sees. But then, as if acknowledging your words, he nods. A small, approving gesture. Well said, he murmurs. And the court seems to breathe again. You've made your mark. And in that moment, you realize that the harem is no longer just a place of beauty, competition, and rivalry. It's a world where power is as much about influence and intellect as it is about charm. And today, you've proven that you can thrive in both. The air in the room shifts, the tension slowly lifting as the Sultan nods in your direction, his approval unmistakable. You hold your breath for a moment, but the realization settles in. You've just crossed another threshold. The room that had once felt so overwhelming, so full of judgment and silent scrutiny, now feels just a little more within your grasp. The power of the court, the influence of the Sultan's inner circle, isn't just something to observe. It's something you are starting to shape, starting to move within. The court resumes its deliberations. But now, the words that fill the room carry a different weight. The gaze of the Sultan still lingers on you, just a fraction of a second longer than it would on anyone else. In the midst of the political maneuvering and strategic discussions, you feel the eyes of the courtiers, eunuchs, and other concubines flicker toward you. The Sultan's acknowledgement is a signal to them, a reminder that you are not someone easily ignored. You are part of the game. Now. And that changes everything. You sit back down, your posture poised, the weight of the room's eyes still heavy, but no longer intimidating. You are not just an observer in the court's rituals. You are a participant. You've spoken up. And now, your words have been heard. The court may still be full of whispers and intrigue, but you've claimed your place in this world. No longer just a concubine. No longer just a woman who might disappear into the background. You've shown that you are here to play a role that goes beyond what they expect. The discussions continue around you, but you remain alert, picking up on the undercurrents that swirl beneath the surface, the way the men of the court speak to one another, The subtle power shifts, the quiet exchanges between the eunuchs, the concubines, and the officials. Each moment carries meaning, and you've learned how to read it. The harem is not just a place of luxury and beauty, it's a space of power, and you are beginning to understand the intricacies of that power. One of the younger concubines, seated near you, gives you a glance of curiosity, but also a hint of envy. You know she has been watching, learning from your interactions, gauging your movements. She's young, eager, full of ambition, just like you once were. She hasn't yet learned the patience that the harem demands. She will, in time. But for now, you see her for what she is, a player still figuring out the rules. There's a subtle competition in her gaze. But you've learned not to let such things faze you. You'll keep your place at the table. You'll remain essential. As the meeting draws to a close, the Sultan rises from his throne, his presence filling the room. The court stands in unison, a sign of respect, but also an unspoken acknowledgement of his control. The Sultan moves with practiced ease, surveying the room before his gaze once again falls on you. "You've impressed me today," he says, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the court. Quiet but firm. "I trust you understand the implications of your words." "Huh." "I do, Your Majesty." You reply, your voice steady, not daring to break the calm. You've spoken your piece. And now you must remain poised, controlled, in control of the moment. This is your time to stand still, to show them that you're not just another concubine vying for the Sultan's attention. You've claimed your role as a force within the court. And now, you will let that power settle into your bones. The Sultan's lips curve into a faint smile. And, with a slight nod, he dismisses the gathering. The courtiers begin to disperse, some lingering to speak in hushed tones, others moving swiftly toward the door. The eunuchs remain at their posts, keeping a watchful eye on everything. As always, you feel their presence. But for the first time, it doesn't make you nervous. You belong here now, and no one can take that away from you. You stand, moving with purpose toward the door. The court has recognized you today, and now, you must move through the halls with the same confidence. There's no time to linger in the aftermath of this victory. You know the game never stops. And tomorrow, you'll be expected to prove yourself once again. But for now, you can breathe. For now, you've taken a step forward. Not just as a woman in the harem, but as someone who can command attention, who can shape her destiny within these walls. As you make your way down the hallway, you pass by some of the younger concubines who glance at you with a mix of awe and envy. You catch their eyes, and for a brief moment, you feel the weight of their gaze. But this time, it doesn't unsettle you. Instead, you know that you've earned their attention, and you've earned your place in the Sultan's world. Later that night, as you prepare for bed, you gaze once more at the necklace around your neck, the comb beside it, the gifts from the Sultan. They are tokens. Yes, but they are also reminders that in this world, you are no longer just an ornament in the Sultan's court. You are a player, a force to be reckoned with. You take a deep breath, steadying yourself as you reflect on everything that has happened today. The Sultan's gaze is still fresh in your mind. And you know that tomorrow, he will expect more. But for now, you have proven yourself. For now, you belong here. In this world, playing the game. And you will continue to play it. Because you've learned one important thing. To survive in the harem, you must always be ready for the next move. The next morning comes quickly, though you hardly feel rested. The weight of yesterday's success lingers. But the knowledge that today is another day of strategy and survival keeps you on edge. The world of the harem never truly pauses. It hums quietly beneath the surface, waiting for your next move. Your next step in the endless dance of power and influence. You rise early again, the soft light of dawn spilling through the window, offering you a brief respite from the weight of the day ahead. As you dress, the familiar process feels different now. You are not just preparing for another meeting with the Sultan. You are preparing to cement your place within the court. Yesterday, you spoke your truth, and the Sultan's response was one of approval. But today, you must show that you are capable of more than words. You must demonstrate that you are not just a woman to be admired or coveted, but someone who shapes the court's future, someone whose opinions carry weight. You choose a gown that is elegant but understated. The soft shade of emerald green flattering against your skin, accented with gold thread and intricate beadwork. You wear the necklace again, the gift from the Sultan. Though it no longer feels like a mere ornament, it feels like armor and emblem of your newfound position, a mark that sets you apart. The comb, too, rests beside you. Its beauty is subtle, personal, meant for everyday use. But its significance to you cannot be ignored. It's another piece of the Sultan's game. Another reminder that you are not simply here for your beauty. You are here for your mind, your influence, your ability to navigate the complex world of the harem. The soft knock at the door interrupts your thoughts, and you open it to find a servant bearing a tray of food. As she places it on the table, you glance at her, her eyes lowered in respect, the familiar weight of the harem's power structure hanging in the air. The servant bows and leaves without a word, leaving you alone with your thoughts once again. You sit down to eat, but your mind is elsewhere. The Sultan's message yesterday still echoes in your ears. You've impressed me today, but your place will always depend on your actions. The words are a reminder, but also a challenge. You know that nothing is permanent in this world. Today, you might be the Sultan's favorite, but tomorrow could bring a new game entirely. You've learned that the harem's power is as fluid as the tides. What matters is not how you play the game at any given moment, but how well you play it over time. The key is consistency. You must prove that your worth isn't just a fleeting thing. It must be grounded in your intelligence, your cunning, and your ability to form lasting relationships with the right people. You finish your breakfast, feeling the weight of the day ahead. The court will expect more from you today, and you must be ready. You stand, smoothing your gown and walking over to the vanity. The comb is still on the table, gleaming softly in the light. You run your fingers over the delicate ivory, its pearls catching the light with every movement. It is a small object, simple in its beauty, but it represents more than just a token of favor. It represents the Sultan's growing interest in you. And with that interest comes a responsibility to continue proving your worth. You make your way toward the gathering room. The soft rustle of your gown, the only sound in the otherwise quiet hallways. You pass by other concubines, some still finishing their morning routines, others already preparing for the day. Their eyes flicker toward you, some with curiosity, others with subtle envy, but you've learned to ignore their gazes. You are no longer concerned with their opinions. What matters now is how the Sultan sees you, how the courtiers regard you. As you approach the central hall, the space that has become the heart of the Sultan's court, the doors open before you, and you step into the room. The court is already assembled. The members of the inner circle, the courtiers, the eunuchs, all of them are waiting for the day's discussions to begin. The room hums with the quiet energy of power, of ambition, of subtle manipulation. You stand just outside the circle for now, watching, waiting for your moment. The Sultan arrives shortly after, his presence immediately commanding the room. There is no fanfare, no grand entrance. He walks with the quiet authority of someone who knows he is in control. As he surveys the room, his gaze catches yours. And for a brief moment, there is an unspoken recognition in his eyes. You stand tall, meeting his gaze without hesitation. He knows that you are no longer just one of many concubines today. You are part of this world. The discussions begin, but you listen more intently today than ever before. The Sultan speaks with his advisors, the courtiers exchanging opinions and strategies. This is where the real power lies, not just in the Sultan's throne, but in the words spoken between allies, in the alliances forged and broken with every conversation. You watch closely, learning from each interaction, each gesture that carries more meaning than it might seem at first glance. You can't help but notice a subtle shift in the room, a quiet awareness that you are no longer just a silent participant. Your presence is felt now, even if no one says it aloud. The Sultan's approval of your words yesterday still hangs in the air, a weight that you must now live up to. You know the stakes. You've been given a chance to prove yourself, and you must take it. At one point, one of the older courtiers, a man known for his political savvy, speaks up, challenging a proposal that has been presented. His words are sharp, but you notice the way the Sultan's eyes flicker toward you as he listens. There's a quiet test in his gazes waiting to see if you will speak, if you will offer a counterpoint, if you will show that you are more than just a concubine. You take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the room fall on your shoulders. This is your moment. This is where you show them, and the Sultan, that you are capable of contributing to the future of the empire. When you speak, your voice is steady, but firm. The proposal, while valid in certain aspects, overlooks the deeper alliances that are in play. To disregard these connections would be to ignore the long-term consequences of our decisions. The court quiets as your words settle. You feel their gazes shift toward you, their attention peaked. You've made your point, and in doing so, you've staked your claim in this world. The Sultan's eyes meet yours again. A flicker of something approval, perhaps passing through them. "Well said," he murmurs, his voice cutting through the room. You understand the intricacies of power. And in that moment, you realize that this This is what it means to truly belong. Not just in the harem, not just in the Sultan's favor, but in the heart of the empire itself. You've earned your place. And you know now that you are ready for whatever the future holds. The room shifts as the Sultan's praise hangs in the air. His words, a quiet thunder among the courtiers and eunuchs. The air itself feels heavier now, charged with a new understanding. You've taken a step forward today, no longer just another face in the Sultan's harem, but someone whose voice carries weight. The subtle shift in the energy of the room is palpable, a silent acknowledgement from those around you. You've staked your claim, and in doing so, you've shown the court that you are more than just a concubine. You are a force to be reckoned with. The court returns to its deliberations. But your mind races. The Sultan's gaze lingers on you for a moment longer. His attention more deliberate now. You can sense it. I feel it in the way the conversation shifts around you. You've become a part of the puzzle, a piece of the greater game that the Sultan and his court play. For now, you have earned your place. But you know better than to rest on your laurels. The game, as always, is fluid. Tomorrow, it could all change. But today, you've proven yourself capable of surviving in this world. You move toward a quieter corner of the room as the discussions continue. You've made your mark. But the court is always watching, always evaluating. The other concubines glance at you with new eyes. Their expressions a mixture of curiosity, respect, and wariness. Some of them have already learned that to be noticed by the Sultan is both a privilege and a curse. His gaze is fleeting, unpredictable. And for all you've gained today, you know the stakes remain high. There will always be others, eager to rise, eager to seize what you've worked so hard to claim. One of the older concubines, a woman who has quietly observed your rise, approaches you as the discussions wear on. Her eyes are sharp, her demeanor calm, and she gives you a nod of approval, though her words remain cautious. "You've done well today," she says softly, her tone low enough that only you can hear. "But remember, this world is full of those who will try to knock you down. One moment, you're at the top, and the next, you're a shadow. Keep your eyes open." Her words, though filled with wisdom, send a flicker of unease through you. In the harem, nothing is ever guaranteed. You could rise again tomorrow, or you could fall just as quickly. The game is always shifting, always evolving. But you know now that you are not the same woman who entered this world months ago. You have learned how to navigate the subtleties of power, how to hold your ground in the face of challenges. The Sultan's voice breaks through your thoughts as he calls for a brief intermission. The discussions have reached a natural pause, and the court begins to scatter, some members moving to refresh themselves, others quietly making plans and alliances in hushed voices. You stand still for a moment, taking it all in the quiet. The shifting dynamics, the undercurrent of influence that runs through every interaction in this room. You know you must take advantage of this moment. The court may be distracted, but it's an opportunity. You move toward one of the younger courtiers, a man known for his influence over trade negotiations within the empire. He has been a quiet ally in the past, though you have yet to truly engage with him. The time has come to strengthen those alliances. to ensure your place is not just defined by the Sultan's favor, but by the web of connections you are weaving. As you approach him, he glances up from his conversation with an advisor. His eyes widen just slightly, a flicker of surprise at seeing you approach. But he recovers quickly, his posture shifting to one of polite curiosity. "Ah, it is the one who speaks wisely," he says, his voice laced with genuine intrigue. "The Sultan seems impressed with your words. I must admit, I did not expect such insight from one of the harem. His compliment is veiled, but it carries an edge of challenge. In this world, no one offers praise without expectation. You smile, keeping your tone warm but calculated. "I've learned much in my time here." You reply smoothly, "And I believe the future of the empire depends on more than just what is spoken in the Sultan's chambers. It lies in how we, all of us, contribute to the empire's growth." "Oh, grand." The courtier studies you for a moment, his expression unreadable, but you can see the wheels turning in his mind. He's trying to figure you out, trying to assess if you're a player worth aligning with. You meet his gaze, holding steady, and you feel the weight of the potential alliance hanging in the air. "You speak of alliances," he says, his voice lowered. "And of contribution. I suppose it would be in both our interests to discuss this further, perhaps after the Sultan's gathering." It's an invitation, a signal that he's interested in what you can offer. You nod, your smile never faltering. "Of course." You reply, your tone polite but firm. "I look forward to it." "Oh." As the conversation comes to an end, you know that this is another step in the delicate game you are now playing. You've successfully made your presence known within the court, and now, you're building the connections that will ensure your place here. You may have impressed the Sultan with your words, but it's the alliances you form in the quiet spaces between the discussions that will solidify your future. The meeting continues as the court reconvenes. But you remain vigilant, ever watchful. There is always more to be learned, more to be understood in this complex world. The Sultan's gaze may have been approving, but in this court, approval is fleeting. Today's victory is tomorrow's challenge. The game, you know, never truly stops. As the session wraps up, the court begins to disperse, but you feel a quiet confidence settling over you. For now, you've proven yourself, but the true test is always what comes next. You've played the game well, but now, you must ensure that you continue to do so. You must stay ahead, remain essential, and never let the court forget that you are a force within the Sultan's world. You walk through the corridors of the palace, your steps purposeful, your mind focused on what lies ahead. The game is long, but today, you've made it to the next round. And tomorrow, you will prove that you belong, not just in the harem, but at the heart of the empire. The days after the court's gathering feel like a blur. Yet every moment is charged with a new kind of energy. Your standing in the harem has shifted subtle, but undeniable. The Sultan's approval still hums in the background of your mind. But now you are moving through the harem with a quiet confidence that you didn't possess before. You walk through the corridors with your head held just a little higher, your movements a little more deliberate. You know that this world is full of subtle games, And now, you've learned how to play them. The court is always in motion, and the delicate balance of power shifts daily. The other concubines, once just part of the background, are now more than mere competitors. You've learned their names, their strategies, their strengths, and their weaknesses. You watch carefully, observing the silent wars fought in the corners of the palace, the whispers and fleeting glances exchanged between the women. You've learned that alliances, even silent ones, can make or break your position. One wrong move, one misstep, and you could slip back into the shadows. Today, however, the Sultan's gaze is not on the court. You know that the days when his attention lingers on you are rare, and you must make the most of those moments. Today, however, the focus seems to have shifted to other matters. The Sultan is busy with his advisors, meeting with foreign dignitaries, discussing matters of state and empire. You are no longer the sole focus of his attention, but you know that this is not a disadvantage. In fact, it gives you the opportunity to solidify your position further. You can move unseen, make connections without the constant scrutiny of the Sultan's watchful eye. As you move through the harem's various chambers, you realize that your role has changed. The younger concubines no longer look at you with the same sense of competition. Instead, they look at you with a kind of cautious respect. They know you are someone who can be trusted, someone who has earned the Sultan's favor and is capable of holding that favor. They also know that alliances are fluid in the harem, and today's friend may be tomorrow's rival. But they also know that for now, you hold the Sultan's gaze, and that gives you power. You find yourself in the quiet, hidden corners of the harem more often now, watching the women as they interact, reading the subtleties of their gestures and their words, the quiet exchanges between the older concubines. Those who have learned the art of survival hold the most wisdom. You overhear one such conversation today, as two women speak softly in the shade of the courtyard. "Do you think she will last?" one asks, her voice low, but carrying a tone of quiet curiosity. "Who?" the other replies, glancing around to make sure no one is listening. "The new one. The one who has the Sultan's eye," the first woman says, her voice filled with an edge of skepticism. "She's clever, but I wonder how long it will last. The Sultan's favor is always fleeting." The second woman laughs softly, the sound almost bitter. "True, but for now, she's a player in the game, and the game always changes. Tomorrow could be her downfall, or her rise. We'll see." The conversation shifts away from you, but the words hang in the air like a warning. The Sultan's favor is fleeting, and nothing is ever permanent in this world. You've seen it happen time and again, concubines who rise to power only to fall when the Sultan's eye moves elsewhere. You know that the only way to survive in this world is to constantly adapt, constantly move forward. You've made your mark, but you must continue to prove that you are worth the Sultan's favor, worth the respect of the court. You must prove that you belong, not just today, but tomorrow, and the day after that. As the afternoon wears on, the Sultan's summons arrives. It is a quiet note, slipped into your hands by one of the eunuchs. It simply reads, "Join me in my chambers tonight. There is much to discuss." The words are brief, but they carry a weight all their own. A private summons is a rare thing. Especially after the gathering, the Sultan's attention is usually given to matters of state or to the concubines who are vying for his favor. But tonight, he wants you. You feel the familiar stir of excitement and anxiety in your chest. What does he want this time? The Sultan's demands are never simple. There is always something at stake. Something to prove. You dress carefully, choosing a gown that is both elegant and understated. You know better than to wear anything too bold. Subtlety is your ally. You don't need to stand out. You need to be memorable. You smooth your gown and adjust your necklace once more, feeling its weight against your skin. It is a gift. Yes, but it is also a mark of your position. A reminder of what you've earned and what you still have to prove. As you step into the hallway, you feel the weight of the moment settle over you. This is not just another night in the harem. This is another test, another opportunity to prove that you belong here. That you are more than just a beautiful face or a fleeting favorite. The Sultan's private summons is a chance to show him that you are essential, that you can be a part of the empire's future, not just its past. The walk to the Sultan's chambers is quiet. The hallways dimly lit by flickering lanterns. The eunuchs stand at attention as you pass, their eyes following you with silent calculation. You reach the door to the Sultan's chambers, and your heart beats just a little faster. You take a deep breath, steadying yourself. Before you enter, the Sultan is seated at his desk, poring over maps and scrolls, his attention fixed on the work in front of him. He doesn't look up immediately, but the moment you enter, he seems to sense your presence. He looks up, his gaze steady, and a faint smile crosses his face. "Come," he says softly, gesturing for you to approach. "There are things we need to discuss." Oh, you step forward, your movements measured, your mind already racing with possibilities. What does he want? What role is he asking you to play tonight? Whatever it is, you know that this is another moment to prove that you are more than just a part of the harem. This is your chance to show that you are indispensable. The game continues, and you are ready to play. The Sultan's chambers are as opulent as ever. But today, there is a strange stillness about them. The soft flicker of candlelight dances across the walls, casting long, shifting shadows over the plush carpets and silk-covered furniture. His desk is littered with scrolls and maps, papers detailing affairs of the empire. But there is an air of quiet contemplation in the room. The usual bustle of the court is absent here, replaced by the silence of a more intimate gathering. You approach the Sultan slowly, your steps soft on the thick carpet. He watches you, his gaze not as sharp as it once was, but still calculating. There's an unspoken understanding between the two of you. Now this is no longer just a place where you receive orders, where you await your next move. This is a meeting of equals, if only for tonight. The Sultan's smile lingers, but it's tempered with something else, something that you can't quite place. His eyes flicker toward the seat opposite him. A silent invitation for you to sit. "Please, join me," he says, his voice low and calm. You take your seat with grace, careful not to rush. It's not just about your words anymore. It's about how you carry yourself. Your presence, your poise, are just as important as the substance of your conversations. You've learned that much in your time here. I wanted to speak with you privately tonight. The Sultan continues, his tone steady. I've been thinking about the future of the empire. About alliances. About power. His words are casual, but you can sense the underlying significance. Every conversation with the Sultan carries weight, and this one seems particularly loaded. He's not speaking to you just as a concubine. He's speaking to you as someone who holds a position within the empire. Someone whose mind he values. The realization sends a thrill through you, tempered by the knowledge that this is a precarious place to be. Power. You echo softly, nodding. It's a delicate thing. It's not enough to hold it. One must also know how to use it. Oh. You see the faintest flicker of approval in his eyes. But he doesn't smile. Instead, he leans back in his chair, his fingers idly tapping on the wooden desk. Lost in thought. There's a pause between the two of you. The silence thick. Almost deliberate. You know better than to fill the quiet with unnecessary words. The Sultan will speak when he's ready. Finally, he looks up at you, his gaze unwavering. I have many advisors, he says slowly. Some are wise. Some are loyal. But few understand the intricacies of this court, of this empire. As you do. I've been watching you. Oh, the words hit you with a force you hadn't expected. He's not just acknowledging your presence, he's acknowledging your mind. Your ability to see beyond the surface of things. This is no longer about you fitting into the court. It's about you shaping it. You've proven yourself more than once. The Sultan continues. More than just another beautiful face. More than a fleeting favorite. You have insight. And insight is invaluable in this world. You swallow, trying to keep your composure. Your heartbeat quickens. But you refuse to let it show. You've worked for this moment. And now, it's here. The Sultan's favor, once so tenuous, is becoming something more solid, something you can rely on. But you know it's still fragile, still dependent on how you navigate the next steps. You've earned a position here, one that goes beyond just being seen, he says, his voice carrying a weight that feels like a decree. But there is more to be done, more for you to contribute. We need you to think beyond what you have already given. The implication is clear. This isn't just about the Sultan's desires anymore. This is about something much larger. The empire. The court. The power structures that govern everything. He wants you involved. Not just as a concubine, but as an active participant in shaping the future of his rule. Tell me, he says, his gaze still fixed on you. What do you think should come next? How do we secure the future of this empire? How do we solidify our alliances? The question is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. He's not just asking for your opinion. He's asking you to think like a ruler, like someone who holds influence. And, for the first time, you realize that the Sultan is not simply a ruler. He is a strategist, a player in a larger game. And he sees in you a potential partner in that game. You take a moment to collect your thoughts, weighing the possible answers. The court has long been a place of maneuvering, of subtle politics and whispered words. It's a delicate balance of power, and any decision, no matter how small, can tip the scales, building alliances. You begin. Your voice steady is about more than just offering favors. It's about understanding the people involved, knowing their desires, their weaknesses. To secure the future of the empire, we need to ensure that those who stand beside us are as committed to the empire's success as we are, and that commitment can't just be bought with gold or promises. It must be rooted in shared goals. Empsak. The Sultan listens intently, his gaze never leaving you. There's a flicker of something, perhaps admiration, perhaps calculation in his eyes. You've caught his attention, but that attention comes with the weight of expectation. You understand the game? He murmurs, more to himself than to you, and you understand what must be done. End of. You nod slowly, feeling the gravity of the moment settle in. There's no turning back now. The Sultan's gaze is now firmly fixed on you. And for the first time, you realize that you are not just a player in his world. You are shaping it. Good, he says, the approval in his voice palpable now. You will be a part of these discussions moving forward. Your role is not just to entertain, but to advise, to contribute to the empire's future. You've earned this. And now, we'll see if you can prove that you can handle the weight of it. The weight of his words sinks in, and you feel the shift in your position more keenly than ever. You are no longer just part of the Sultan's harem. You are a member of the empire's inner circle, a woman whose influence can shape the very future of this world. The Sultan stands then, his movements slow but deliberate. He approaches you, his eyes never leaving yours. And for a brief moment, there is a quiet understanding between the two of you. You have proven yourself today, and in his eyes, you have earned your place. Rest now, he says softly, his voice taking on a quieter, more intimate tone. You will be needed again soon. The game is just beginning, and I will require your mind more than ever. You nod, bowing slightly in respect. The Sultan dismisses you with a wave of his hand, and you leave his chambers with a sense of quiet satisfaction. But you know that this moment is only the beginning. The future holds challenges, alliances, and games you have yet to fully understand. But for today, you've made it to the next step. And tomorrow, you will prove that your place in this world is more than just a fleeting moment of favor. You are essential. The days following the Sultan's private meeting are a whirlwind. The quiet recognition of your growing influence in the harem has subtly shifted the dynamics. You can feel it in the way the other concubines glance at you, some with curiosity, some with caution, and others with barely concealed envy. They know, as you though, that you are no longer just another face in the Sultan's collection. You've proven yourself to be more than a mere companion. You are a player in this game, a force in the harem's intricate web of power. The Sultan's summons have become more frequent, no longer just a woman to entertain his whims. You are now expected to attend more private discussions. He invites you to sit with him during court meetings, offering you a seat at the table with his closest advisors. Each invitation feels like a test, a new challenge. But as you sit alongside the men and women who shape the empire, you grow more confident. You are no longer simply the object of the Sultan's gaze. You are a part of the decisions that influence the fate of the empire. But with this new role comes an understanding and awareness of the delicate balance of power. In this world, there is always someone watching, always someone waiting to undermine your position. The court is filled with ambition, and while some seek to align themselves with you, others quietly plot your downfall. You've already learned that nothing here is permanent. But as each day passes, you also learn that survival is about more than just playing the game. It's about anticipating the next move, staying one step ahead of those who would try to outmaneuver you. Today, the atmosphere in the harem feels different. The usual tension has thickened. There are rumors of a visiting dignitary, someone important from a distant region, someone whose influence could shift the balance of power in the empire. The court buzzes with speculation. The eunuchs are more vigilant than ever, moving through the corridors like silent sentinels. The concubines, too, feel the change. There is a collective awareness in the air, a realization that something is about to happen. You feel a tooth-subtle shift in the wind, the way everyone seems to be watching, waiting. You pass through the familiar corridors, the marble floors cool beneath your feet, the delicate scent of incense lingering in the air. As you make your way to your room, you see a few of the older concubines whispering to one another, their eyes flicking toward you as you approach. You catch their conversation, though they quickly silence themselves when they realize you've overheard. One of them gives you a tight smile, the kind that doesn't quite reach her eyes. It's the smile of someone who sees you as a threat. And you know, instinctively, that the feeling is mutual. You've learned the importance of alliances in the harem. You've also learned the subtle language of power, the way it shifts and twists between people. Today, however, it's not just about political maneuvering. It's about the Sultan's latest strategy. An external influence is arriving, one that could change everything. You can sense it in the air. The quiet murmurs of the court, the tense, anticipatory energy. Everyone is preparing for this arrival. Everyone wants to position themselves as essential to the Sultan's plans. As the day wears on, you receive another summons, this time to the Sultan's private chambers. Your heart skips a beat. The note is short and, to the point. The message clear: join me in my chambers at dusk. We must discuss the upcoming arrival. The hour is drawing near. You know this meeting could be critical. The dignitary's arrival is a chance for the Sultan to solidify his power, to form new alliances, or perhaps to test the loyalty of those around him. You can't afford to be just a spectator in this moment. The Sultan's interest in you has grown, but you must continue to prove yourself, to demonstrate that you are not just a fleeting favorite, that you can be trusted to help shape the future of the empire. When the time comes, you dress carefully, elegantly, but with purpose. You choose a gown of deep red, the color of power, accented with gold that catches the light in just the right way. The Sultan's gifts are visible. The necklace he gave you rests against your skin, and the comb is tucked into your hair. They are reminders of the favor he's granted you, but also of the expectations he has set. You must prove that you are worthy of those gifts. You must prove that you can play this game as well as anyone else in the room. You step into the Sultan's chambers, your heart steady, your mind focused. The room is bathed in soft candlelight, the scent of incense thick in the air. The Sultan is seated at his desk, papers scattered before him, but his eyes are fixed on you as you enter. His gaze holds a mixture of interest and expectation, as if he's waiting to see how you'll play your part in this unfolding drama. "You've come," he says, his voice low but filled with approval. "We have much to discuss." "Oh." You take your seat before him, feeling the weight of the moment settle in your chest. The Sultan watches you closely, his fingers steepled together, his posture calm but commanding. There's something different about this meeting, something more serious, more strategic. The arrival of the dignitary is more than just a political move. It's a test. And the Sultan is testing you. We must ensure that the arrival of our guest is handled with the utmost care. He begins. It's an opportunity to solidify our alliances, but also a chance to display our strength. The court is always watching, always calculating. I need someone I can trust to help shape the narrative, to ensure that the message we send is one of unity and power. 6-4. You listen intently, understanding the weight of his words. This is more than just a social gathering. This is about positioning, about sending a message to the empire and to anyone who might seek to undermine the Sultan's rule. "I am ready, Your Majesty." You reply, your voice steady. "I understand the importance of this moment, and I will ensure that it is handled with the care it deserves." The Sultan nods, his expression thoughtful, though you sense the subtle approval behind his gaze. "Good. We'll need your influence to ensure that the court remains united in our goals. You've proven yourself capable, and I trust that you will continue to do so." The words are a quiet confirmation of your place here, but also a reminder that the game is never over. The stakes are high, and every move you make will be scrutinized. The Sultan's trust is not something that can be taken for granted. It is something that must be earned, day after day. As the conversation continues, you focus on the task at hand, planning for the dignitary's arrival, making sure that every detail is accounted for, every gesture measured. You understand now that this is not just about power for power's sake. It is about creating an image, building a reputation, and ensuring that the Sultan's vision for the empire is realized. And you will play your part in making that happen. By the time the meeting ends, you feel the weight of the responsibility settle on your shoulders. But you don't flinch. You've already proven that you can navigate this world, and you know that tomorrow will bring new challenges, new opportunities, and new tests. But for now, you are ready. The Sultan's favor is yours to lose, and you are determined to keep it. The days leading up to the dignitary's arrival pass in a blur of preparations, meetings, and subtle negotiations. The palace is alive with activity, the courtiers and concubines more focused than usual. There's a sense of urgency in the air, a quiet anticipation as everyone prepares for the grand event. The Sultan's chambers are bustling, his advisors coming and going, whispering about the guest, who will soon arrive, a dignitary whose presence could shift the balance of power in the empire. The future of the empire, in some ways, hangs in the balance. And everyone knows it. Your role in all of this has become clearer. You are not just a part of the harem anymore. You are a participant in the empire's political game. A piece of the puzzle that will help shape the outcome of this meeting. The Sultan has relied on you to ensure that the court remains united, that the arrival of the dignitary sends the right message. It's a delicate task, but one you're prepared to take on. Every move must be calculated, every gesture precise. This is not just a matter of pleasing the Sultanate's a matter of securing your position in the court, of ensuring that you remain an integral part of the empire's future. The evening before the dignitary arrives, you find yourself once again in the Sultan's private chambers. The room is dimly lit by the flickering candles, the scent of incense hanging thick in the air. The Sultan is seated at his desk, going over more scrolls and reports. But his gaze shifts to you as you enter. There is no grand welcome, no ceremony, just the quiet acknowledgement that you are here to help him with the task at hand. You've been preparing for this day, he says, his voice low and thoughtful. And you've done well. But tomorrow is a different kind of challenge. The court will be watching, and so will the dignitary. It's important that you remain composed. The message we send tomorrow is not just about the dignitary, it's about the strength of this empire and the strength of our alliances. You nod, your heart beating just a little faster as you take a seat before him. The weight of the task is heavy. But you've been in this position before. This isn't the first time you've been asked to prove yourself in the face of scrutiny. You've already made your mark. But this meeting is different. Tomorrow is the moment that could shape your future in the harem, in the court, in the empire. The Sultan's gaze holds steady, his eyes filled with an unspoken understanding. I understand, Your Majesty. You reply, your voice steady. I will ensure that tomorrow's gathering reflects our strength and unity. We will show the dignitary that this empire is not only strong, it is united. Oh, the Sultan nods, his expression softening slightly, though there is still a sharpness to his gaze. Good. Tomorrow is a test. You've earned my trust. But trust is fragile. Tomorrow, we solidify your place here. Do not forget that You feel the weight of his words. But there is also something in them that stirs a quiet thrill. The Sultan's trust, the power he has granted you, is both a gift and a responsibility. It's fragile, as he says, but you are determined to prove that you deserve it. Tomorrow, you will rise to the occasion. You will ensure that the dignitary sees the strength of the Sultan's court, and more importantly, that the Sultan sees your strength. You are not just another concubine tomorrow. You will be a partner in shaping the empire's future. The meeting ends with a quiet exchange, the Sultan's approval lingering in the air. You rise and bow, your movements graceful, your heart steady. There is no time for uncertainty now. Tomorrow, you will have to be flawless. Everything you've worked for will culminate in this moment. You can't afford to let the pressure show. As you make your way back to your quarters, the hallways of the palace seem quieter than usual, the silence oppressive. The eunuchs, who usually move about with quiet vigilance, seem to have gathered in greater numbers, their eyes watching every step you take. The other concubines, too, are preparing. Though there is a different kind of energy in the air today, the tension is palpable. Everyone knows that the arrival of the dignitary is more than just a social event. It's a political one, a turning point for the empire. You return to your room, your mind racing with the events of the day. But you know you must remain focused. The Sultan's words echo in your mind. Tomorrow is a test. You know that you cannot afford to fail. This is your chance to show that you are more than just a part of the harem. More than just a woman who pleases the sultan. This is your moment to prove that you are essential to the future of the empire. You take a deep breath and begin to prepare for the evening's final preparations. The gown you choose for tomorrow is simple, but elegant, a deep shade of gold, symbolizing both wealth and power. It will catch the light just enough to be noticed, but it won't outshine the others. Subtlety is key. You choose your accessories careful, nothing too flashy, but everything chosen for its understated elegance. The necklace the sultan gave you rests against your skin, and the comb is nestled carefully in your hair. Each piece is a symbol of your place, a reminder of what you've earned and what is at stake. The night passes quickly, the anticipation building with each passing hour. You lie in bed, your mind still racing, but you know that tomorrow you will rise to the occasion. Tomorrow, you will show everyone, including the sultan, that you are more than just a fleeting favorite. You are an essential part of this court. As you close your eyes, the quiet hum of the palace surrounding you, you find a moment of peace. But you know, deep down, that the real work begins when the sun rises. Tomorrow, the game changes. Tomorrow, you make your mark. The dawn comes with the soft light of a new day. But today, the air feels heavier, as though the entire palace is holding its breath. The stillness of the early morning is a sharp contrast to the flurry of activity that will soon follow. You can feel it in your bones, the anticipation, the quiet tension that runs through the halls, the courtiers preparing for what could be a turning point in the empire's future. The dignitary is set to arrive today, and everything will be measured by how the sultan and his court handles this moment. You rise early, before the others, your heart already racing. There is no time for hesitation. You've earned your place here. But today, you will prove that you belong, not just in the harem, not just as another concubine, but as a player in the empire's greater game. Your thoughts drift back to the sultan's words the night before. Tomorrow is a test. You are ready for that test. The events of today will shape your future, but you know that how you handle the dignitary's arrival will determine how the court perceives you going forward. The quiet hum of activity in the palace is palpable as you prepare. You've already selected your gown, a gown that speaks of power, but not too loudly. The deep emerald fabric flows with your every movement, catching the light in just the right way. The gold thread that runs through it gives it an air of quiet elegance, while the subtle embroidery whispers of wealth and sophistication. Your necklace, a gift from the sultan, rests against your neck, a reminder of both his favor and the expectations that come with it. The preparation is deliberate, each gesture calm and calculated. As you adjust the folds of your gown and smooth the fabric, your mind sharpens, focusing on the task ahead. Today, you will stand in the midst of the most powerful people in the empire. Your role is no longer just to be seen. You must be heard. Your opinions, your influence, your alliances, everything you've worked for, will culminate in this moment. The sound of footsteps in the hallway signals that the palace is fully awake now. The eunuchs moving through the corridors with their usual quiet efficiency, they are part of the silent machinery of the sultan's world, ensuring that everything runs smoothly. But today, You are no longer just an observer of this world. Today, you will be at the center of it. The servants arrive with breakfast. But you barely touch the food. Your thoughts are too focused on the day ahead. You take a deep breath, steadying yourself. The Sultan's private meetings. The courtiers' whispers. The dignitaries' arrival. They all converge today. This is the moment when you must step forward. When your presence must command attention. The Sultan has trusted you with the responsibility of ensuring that this day goes smoothly. The stakes are high. There will be no room for error. As the time draws near, the air around you seems to thicken with the weight of anticipation. You make your way to the central hall, where the dignitary will arrive shortly. The courtiers are already gathering, their whispers filling the room as they make small talk. The eunuchs stand at attention, ever watchful. You see the younger concubines, their faces more nervous than usual, their eyes darting around the room. The older ones are more composed, but there is a tension in their expressions. Today is a day when alliances will shift, when loyalties will be tested. You take your place among the courtiers, standing with quiet dignity. The Sultan has yet to arrive, but you know that once he does, everything will begin. The dignitary's presence will change the dynamics of the court, but it will also be an opportunity for you to prove your worth. This is your chance to show that you can handle the power of this world, not just as a concubine, but as an equal, a player in the court's complex game. The doors open, and the Sultan enters the room, his presence filling the space like the arrival of a storm. He walks with the quiet confidence of a ruler who knows his power. But there is something else in his step. Today, sense of anticipation, a readiness for what is to come. The dignitary is right behind him, a tall man dressed in richly embroidered robes. His appearance is striking, his eyes sharp and calculating. He is not just a visitor, he is a potential ally, a possible future player in the Sultan's empire. The Sultan nods to the courtiers, his eyes scanning the room. When they fall on you, you meet his gaze calmly. His approval is a quiet, unspoken thing, but it's there, and you know it. He's watching you today, as he always does. But today, it feels different. Today, there is more at stake. The dignitary steps forward, and the room quiets in anticipation. The formal greetings are exchanged, the pleasantries, the careful dance of diplomacy that marks the beginning of this new alliance. But beneath it all, there is an undercurrent of power, a subtle tension that only those who understand the game can feel. As the dignitary settles into his seat, the Sultan motions for you to join him. It's an invitation, but it's also a challenge. The court watches as you move to sit by the Sultan's side. The dignitary's eyes flicker toward you, but there is no surprise in his gaze. He knows who you are, and he understands the role you play in the Sultan's world. The court, too, watches waiting to see what you will do, how you will carry yourself in this moment. The discussion begins, and you listen carefully. The dignitary speaks of trade, of alliances, of military strategy. His words are measured, precise. But you hear the subtle undercurrents in his speech. He is testing the Sultan, testing the court. And you know that today, your role is not just to observe. You are here to engage, to ensure that the right message is sent. You must prove that you are more than just a woman by the Sultan's side. You must prove that you are an integral part of his plans. A mind worth trusting. As the conversation turns to the future of the empire, you find your opportunity. The Sultan glances at you, a silent invitation to speak. You take a deep breath, steadying yourself, and rise to your feet. The room falls silent as you begin to speak. Your voice steady and sure. The strength of the empire lies not just in our military might or our wealth, but in the alliances we form. You say, your words clear and measured. The future must be built on trust, mutual benefit, and understanding. We cannot afford to be divided. We must stand united in our vision. For that is how we will grow, how we will remain unshakable. End of. You glance at the Sultan, whose gaze is unwavering. Then, at the dignitary, who listens carefully. The court is silent. And for a moment, you feel the weight of their attention on you. But you don't falter. You've made your point. And you know that today, you've proven yourself once again. The Sultan nods, his lips curling into a small smile. Though his eyes remain sharp, the dignitary seems impressed. Though his expression remains guarded, you've shown them both that you are more than just a woman of beauty. You are a woman of substance, of power, capable of shaping the future of the empire. The conversation continues, but you feel the shift in the air. You have proven your worth today. And in doing so, you've solidified your place in the court. The game continues. But now, you are at the heart of it. As the dignitary rises to leave, you exchange a few formal words with him, your mind already focused on the next step. The court begins to disperse, the tension of the day slowly dissipating. You've survived the test. And today, you've shown that you are essential to the empire's future. But you know better than to rest on your laurels. The court is a place of constant motion. And tomorrow will bring new challenges, new opportunities. For now, though, you've earned your place. You've proven that you are not just part of the harem, you are a force in the empire's unfolding story. The quiet hum of the palace lingers long into the night. But the tension from the dignitary's visit has finally started to dissipate. The Sultan's approval still feels warm on your skin. The quiet acknowledgement of your role in the court, hanging between you like an unspoken promise. You know, however, that the work doesn't stop here. Today, you proved that you belong. But tomorrow could present new challenges. The game is always in motion, always shifting beneath your feet. The court may have accepted your place for now, but there is always another moment where you could lose everything. As you walk back to your chambers, the corridors of the palace seem different, quieter, in a way that feels like the calm before the next storm. Your thoughts drift to the dignitary, his sharp eyes and careful words. His presence was not just a test for the Sultan, it was a test for everyone in the room. How well you handled him, how well you fit into the court's intricate web of alliances, will decide how you are seen going forward. And you know better than anyone, the court's perception is everything. You arrive at your room. The soft sound of your footsteps, muffled by the thick rugs beneath you. The palace is still. The only noise, the soft rustling of your gown, and the distant murmur of the harem as the other women settle for the night. The familiar comfort of your room is a brief respite from the day's events. But even here, you feel the weight of everything you've just experienced. You sit down at your vanity, your fingers running lightly over the comb, still nestled in your hair, the necklace resting against your chest like a reminder of your place. The Sultan's gifts, though beautiful, are not simply tokens of affection. They are symbols of your position, your role in the empire. You've earned them, but you must continue to prove that you deserve them. There is always someone else waiting for their moment. Always someone eager to take your place. As you glance at your reflection, you see not just a woman of the harem, but a player in a game of power and influence. You are no longer simply a tool to be used. You are an integral part of the court's machinery, shaping the empire's future with every move you make. The dignitary's visit was a pivotal moment, but it was only one chapter in a much larger story. You have learned the art of influence, the delicate balance of loyalty, power, and ambition. You've built alliances, navigated rivalries, and earned the Sultan's favor. But you also know that in this world, nothing is ever permanent. One misstep, one lapse in judgment, and you could lose everything. The court's ever-watchful eyes will always be on you, weighing your every word, your every gesture. This is a game of survival, but it is also a game of patience. Today, you may have proven yourself, but tomorrow will bring new challenges, new opportunities. As the hours stretch into the night, you find a brief moment of peace. You think about how far you've come. The woman who entered the harem with little more than her beauty, her charm, her willingness to survive. That woman is still here, but she is stronger now, more aware of the game she is playing. She is a woman who commands attention, who shapes her own destiny within the walls of the palace. But even as you feel that quiet satisfaction, there is an awareness at the back of your mind. The harem, the court, the Sultan's favorites, all built on shifting sands. You've made it this far, but you know better than to believe that your position is secure. The game continues, and you must always be ready for the next challenge. The court is never stagnant. It is always moving, always evolving. To survive here, you must be just as fluid, just as adaptable. As the night deepens, the palace grows quieter, the distant sounds of the harem fading into the background. You lie back in your bed, your mind still racing with the events of the day. But there's a sense of calm settling over you. For now, you've proven yourself. For now, you belong. The Sultan's approval is yours. But tomorrow, the game begins again. You close your eyes, taking a deep breath as the quiet surrounds you. The soft rustling of the palace is like a lullaby. But your thoughts remain sharp, focused. There is much more to come. Many more challenges to face. But for tonight, you've earned your rest. Tomorrow, the game will continue, and you will be ready. The night settles in around you, gentle and quiet. The events of the day, so full of tension and expectation, fade into the soft embrace of sleep. You feel the weight of the day lift from your shoulders as the cool air of the palace surrounds you. In the silence of the halls, cocooning you in peace. The Sultan's words, the dignitary's visit, the power games, they are all distant now, as the warmth of the room and the softness of the bed pull you deeper into stillness. As you lie there, your body relaxed, your thoughts become slow, almost dreamlike. The grandness of the court, the intricate dance of power, all of it fades away, like the soft glow of a candle nearing its end. In this quiet moment, there are no more decisions to make, no more games to play. There is only the peace that comes from knowing you've done what you set out to do. The palace, with all its whispering corridors, with all its shifting power, is far away now. There is no more pressure to prove yourself, no more eyes on you, just the soft hum of the night that wraps you in its quiet rhythm. The walls, once filled with the tension of politics, now feel like they are just there to protect you, to shelter you in this moment of calm. As the night grows deeper, so does the stillness. You allow yourself to sink into it, to feel the pull of sleep take over. The worries, the challenges, they can wait. For tomorrow. For now, everything is peaceful. The game will continue. Yes. But tonight, you've earned your rest. And, as you drift off, one last thought lingers in the back of your mind. You've come so far, and the path ahead is only just beginning. But tonight, for now, you can breathe easy. Tomorrow is another day. Sweet dreams.